Best that you be with us today, be with our employees at the courthouse, all of their county, Lord, just put your hand of guidance and protection over them. Now, Heavenly Father, we ask for your knowledge and wisdom to make the right decisions for our county and let it go forward. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All in order. We got Dutch and Jason and Lauren, Luke. Three people that don't have much to do, other than come in here and sit and watch this, right? Lauren, you got any,
Agenda, changes to the agenda, the assessor certification of values, I had those, forgot to put them on there. The state auditor, values, the PVTA, I guess Luke has that, I don't have the item. You have a copy? of
Oh,
that?
yes, the SHPO review, yes, I do have that.
Okay, the discussion of the Peach Festival, and then under new business, the new dental vision insurance discussion, living faith use of courthouse, assessor's vehicle purchase. And appointments, we have Cornerstone at 10:30 and an executive session 11:30. That's a personnel matter, probably executive session. I think those are the additions.
okay, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda? So moved. Second. And I approve that also, we don't have it,
Non-completed, they're almost completed, but
all right,
so they said, yeah, you'll have a whole book and you get them done.
all right, cool.
11 sets.
You know,
Cornerstone was gonna go over our HRA when they came. They have this year's PEIA rates, but they can't find this year's PEIA coverages. Have you all received anything on that?
I'll check with Kim, she should have gotten some by now. She's gonna be here actually by 9 o'clock.
Okay, Kim is?
Yeah.
Okay, because if she could give that to them, that'd be. Okay, sorry.
oh, that's all right, we got the sheriff's office February monthly report. We'll take a second, go over that. Things look pretty good there for you.
They far, sure.
Yeah. And then we've got the regional jail. This month, it was $31,949.15 for the regional jail bill. By the way, the per diem on that is $45.97 a day, so they have helped us a little bit. Hey, the assessor's report. Month. And we got the Mineral County Dog Warden. Picked up 8 dogs and 6 cats. And he said 8 calls, 82 complaints. She had to euthanize 1 dog and 2 cats, and was given away was 4 dogs, 3. So. Okay, we've got a letter here from Patrick Morsey. I'm pleased to inform you that I have approved the Justice Assistant Grant, JAG grant program award to Mineral County Commission in the amount of $25,000. Funding will be used to employ one or more prevention resource officers to act as a mentor, role model, and advocates for students in West Virginia schools. Please let us know, Justice Community, that service staff, or I can be further assisted.
I have all the documentation for you all to sign on that, well, for Roger to sign on that later
Under
in the
new
meeting on the agenda. That is down $14,750 from last year, but that's for the pro officers, so.
Which school is that at?
Honestly, last time we ended up using all three so that we could expend the funds, it's just. It varies, we were able to make it work last time, there. Whoever left. Really. No.
No, we started early.
Way,
Way early. All right, Laura Wilson sent a letter in. I'm looking forward to serving on the Monroe County Community Corrections Board. To fill the vacancy left by the retirement of Kelly Coon. And then we have circuit court order, March 12th. This is, as it has come to my attention, report that electrical upgrades have been scheduled to be completed in Monroe County Courthouse on March 12th, 2025, in accordance with the courthouse wide renovations. The Monroe County Courthouse will need to be closed all day on March 12th this year for these upgrades to occur. Therefore, in the consultant with the Monroe County Commission's Court hearing finds that the offices within the Monroe County Courthouse needs to be closed on March 12th. That's Thursday. That's tomorrow.
Wednesday.
Therefore, because of Monroe County Commission needs the courthouse renovation, it is hereby ordered that all officers within the courthouse be closed March 12th. Okay. That's Judge Courier.
That's what had to happen for the circuit clerk's
No,
office to
really?
be closed.
Tomorrow is tomorrow the day that
The electric is moved,
no,
the training.
the training tomorrow
Yeah.
and here.
No, you guys moved to the law enforcement center.
That's right. I asked Joe about that. I got too much going on. Tell you that. After yesterday, I don't know if I can remember anything wrong. Out of Carbondale, I am writing a letter to request appointment to Randy Leisure, Monroe County Development Authority Director to represent Carbondale. Diane Baker sent that up to Mayor. City of Piedmont. Paula Boggs said, I am ready this letter to request appointment to Monroe County Development Authority Board Directors to represent the city of Piedmont. Although I am not running for re-election in May, I would like to stay on the board. They are great group of people, and I enjoy working with them. Paula. Okay, Charles Byron. I am writing this letter to request appointment to the Monroe County Development Authority to represent Mountaineer Gas Company. Robert Eagle said, I am ready. Huh? Another one. Oh, yeah.
They've got to pay for it. Their terms.
He said, I am writing a letter to request a reappointment to the Monroe County Development Authority Directors. Board of Directors to represent the community as this authority I have been a part of many years. We have removed, we are moving in a good direction. Not really contribute to the great future of Monroe County. Robert Eagle. Okay. Then we come down of the office of assessor. He has given us an upgrade. You want to go through these, going through, we go through these and now.
Oh, no, it's just the certification of values from assessor.
Yeah.
So these are the figures that we have to plug in to let us know what our collection is going to be, so we can base our revenues on, and as I formally previously told you, it was $27,000 more than last year, so.
At least it's going in the right direction. Okay. Thames Valley Transit Authority Bus Maintenance Facility.
But you missed the state auditor guide.
You want me to read over them?
The next page. Oh, I have, it's right here.
Oh, okay, I hit the wrong one, my fault. State auditors, okay. I'm just gonna read the one line which everybody wants to hear. The value in Mineral County for fiscal year 2025 and 2026, $86,593,104. That's 86,593,104.
And attached to that, there's 15 pages of all the counties, and I put page 9 on top because that's the page that Mineral County's on too.
You wanna go over the districts?
No, I just make copies.
Man. All right,
And then you had that listed correspondence, so it was just comments, is that what it was?
yeah,
For sure.
Oh, the SHPO?
well, I didn't.
No, they will need to,
This commission has no action.
So it's just, it's from the Environmental Protection Specialist, the USDOT. If you guys want to make any comments on the Potomac Valley Transit Authority Kaiser Bus Maintenance Facility Project, they just attached the map of where it's going to be. Provided some basic information, all that kind of thing. Really just, it's if you guys want to make any comments on the project, whether you like negative impact or. My assumption was you just want to do a supportive comment, but, I should send them something, thoughts, or we don't have to comment at all, actually. This is it, if you guys wanna, but it's just, it's an app, a long letter.
It's not
I'll do that.
No,
I'll just need a copy of it.
okay. I think I forwarded it to your all's email, right? Email was last night, that's all. Who's that from, Dutch?
Probably, with Rachel Heron,
Rachel, what's her last name?
Heron, Hearon.
I did not forward that on to you all. I assume that, you know that now, I assume that PVTA talked about that when they were here.
They did.
Just talked about the properties that'll be impacted and all that good stuff.
So this is gonna be in that little park that's there.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I don't even know that I knew there was a little park back there.
Yeah.
I saw it when I looked at
Driving.
it. but-
Yeah, yeah, it's been there a long time.
Okay.
Where they start the parade.
Oh, okay.
What are they gonna do with these pictures of the homes?
Not all that stuff's coming out.
They bought them?
So, I don't know how they obtained them, but my assumption is, yeah.
I got it right. Oh, thank you.
Like I said, you guys don't have to make comments at all, but I usually do at least send,
But did they also get the state road sign shop? I didn't see it on here.
They didn't get the sign shop.
Yeah, it's right beside it though,
Yeah,
right?
it's right beside of it, right above it. Hey. You wanna make a
You
comment?
say, what do y'all wanna do? You wanna do a call of sport or just let it go? Well, you can just have this one.
Old bit, boards and appointments.
First one was clarifying the Kaiser EMS. You did approve that appointment, but just for clarification, that term didn't expire until June 30th. So the new appointment won't take place until July 1st.
Okay.
Which the current appointee is Gayla, who was on that list anyways. But the only way we can do that is if Gayla resigns, but that's probably more effort than it's worth for a June 30th expiration.
Oh, yeah, you got a couple months.
So I'll let Michelle know if that was your all's intentions. I don't need to
I'm good
request
with it.
anyone.
I'm good with that. Okay, do I hear any other?
Make a motion, we appoint Randy Leisure to Mineral County Development Authority. To represent Carpendale.
Second. Oh, I approve that also then. The other one.
Make a motion to reappoint Paula Boggs to the Mineral County Development Authority.
Second. I approve that also.
Make a motion to reappoint Charles Byram to the Mineral County Development Authority.
Second that. I approve that also.
Can you make a motion to reappoint Robert Eagle to Mineral County Development Authority?
Second that. And I approve that also.
There was one about
That is,
Wilson.
is that all?
Wilson.
No, there's one.
Long,
Yeah,
long way.
corrections.
Yeah.
Make a motion to appoint Lauren Wilson to the Community Corrections Board.
I second. I approve that also. Okay, that's all we got, right? That's enough. Okay, update on courthouse annex improvement project.
Honestly, you all know as much as I do, because Dutch and Jason were at the last progress meeting. We looked at some sewer line stuff. We're waiting on pricing and fair chance on that. Sounds like we're gonna, do away with 2 additional bathrooms that we were planning to keep. I think that'll make things better in the long run. Supreme Court came and pulled some of Krista's cable yesterday for the vault. They started drywall in there. Honestly, not much has changed since Thursday. It's about the same as what it had been. Trying to think if there was.
Talked to Krista that we're gonna hold off on that. Once the doors cut in, we're not gonna do anything else to that room until everything is finished. That,
Oh, that kitchen.
yeah, the kitchen area. So, we'll do it as a county, not hire a fair chance to do that.
Yeah.
Because that's a pretty simple thing. It's gonna be much more expensive. No, I think. For the most part, Tom and I distributed keys. Thursday and Friday. That was a way bigger project than I expected it to be. I ordered lock boxes for the great grandpa master or whatever. And there's some lock rearranging we have to do. Tom has that list. For some things that need refitted and things like that, but that'll be taken care of. The only suite that we still need to collect and redistribute keys to is family court, so. Everything's coming together.
When is the projected date of it, you know?
You know, they sent me an updated schedule, a while back. I'd have to look. I think it's May. Of course, I didn't look on the last change order. I'm sure they gave themselves another month when we signed the last change order, so. But I do think they said they thought they think it'll be done in May, but that seems, seems pretty close to me. I think they'll be close to completion, but I don't think they'll be done. They still owe us a lot of punch list stuff in the annex. So we'll see.
Did, Joel, did you get anything, did you get that board, that extra shelf across front of your
Countertop.
Countertops there,
They haven't even sent us the price.
they haven't sent you a price on that yet?
They were supposed to send it directly to you.
I thought about that the other day when I was up there.
When we were in the building commission meeting, it sounded like Jeremiah hadn't passed that on to Zach, and Zach has to do the pricing, so Zach wrote it in, figure it's. Get pricing on that.
All right, update on the park project. Around,
We don't have anything on that.
okay,
They're putting in dugouts this week, that's where maintenance is, so.
update on the health department, do you have anything there? The only thing I know, everything's going real good, and AJ called me the other day, it's a good thing. He tore out that stuff in them bathrooms up there, the only thing was holding the wall in place. Was where it was anchored to the floor and anchored to the wall. He said you could kick it, and it would just move. So they're gonna redo all that. It must have been a mess. I don't know what caused that, but. That health department, I don't know who originally designed that health department, but they didn't do the best job. Why would you put carpet on a floor in a health department? I've often thought that when I went in there and looked at that carpet. All kinds of diseases were, that was crazy, but it is what it is. But everything's going good there with the health department. They're gonna break ground here hopefully before this month sometime. I don't know the date yet. But, okay, update on Everwood funding. All right. I have a lot for you.
So we reviewed some applications and met with some people. Start off with Burlington United Methodist Family Services for Staggers House. So they provide services for women and children with children. For women and for women with children. And then they started out doing just under one. But they've increased it to cover all the ages on a case-by-case basis. They help the women get their birth certificates, a West Virginia ID, and then cover their out-of-pocket medication. Not all of them can get on a medical card right away, and most of the women that they get are right out of incarceration. They help them with dental and vision appointments and stuff like that. They asked for $20,000. The committee feels that it's a good thing and recommends the approval of $20,000 with what we've been doing, the 10,000 up front and 10,000 after they report. So I'll make a motion that we approve the $20,000 for Staggers House.
I second that.
Okay, approve that also. On track. So we've already approved last July. Family Resource Network came to us and we approved them for $6,000. They came to us again, which we have a little bit of a policy where we wanted to just award people once a year. So they came to us wanting 14,000, and we went ahead and talked with them and met with them, and it's the same program as before. They do a lot of stuff in the community, a lot of programs and stuff going on. They asked for 14,000. The committee, after speaking with them, the committee decided they feel that we should approve 20,000, the same as before, 10 up front and 10 afterwards. But they don't feel that we should pay them until July 1, which will be a year after their previous spending. So the committee's recommendation is to approve the 20,000, but no payment until July 1. And I'll make that as a motion.
That's second.
Yeah, approve it also. AHEC West, they are actually a they're actually in Cumberland. However, they have a peer recovery specialist that is assigned just for Mineral County. They've been having that peer recovery specialist, and they've actually been covering that themselves. So they're asking to help with the cost of the salary of this peer recovery specialist, who, the peer recovery specialist basically collaborates with other organizations like TPM, Staggers House, One Track, the Guild, and even with the police departments and stuff, that if they have somebody that needs help, they're a point of contact for anybody in Mineral County that they can help them get resources and stuff they need. They are asking for $15,320 to cover salary. We suggested half up front and half after some reporting of number of citizens that they help and that kind of thing. And this would be just for the peer recovery specialist that is assigned for Mineral County. The committee recommends that approval, and I'll make that as a motion.
The second.
Yeah, approval also. Some other cleanup work we need to do. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I have one more application. It came from the community and schools. Lady up at Kaiser High School reached out. I brought it to the committee. Really didn't get a real good response from the committee. And they have the communities and schools wants to have a speaker come in. This speaker would go into every school, and he's kind of a motivational speaker, but he talks about substance abuse or substance awareness. He talks about suicide. He talks about bullying. Just about anything that's appropriate for children. He'll go into every school, and he has a different program for elementary school. He has a different program for middle school, and he has a different program for high school. I could show you a video of him if you want to see that. So,
This is the Batman guy.
yeah, this is the West Virginia Batman. So, yeah, that's it. He calls himself West Virginia Batman. When he goes in the elementary school, he is dressed up like Batman. But then he takes the costume off for middle school and high school. I think he has it on for part of the middle school programs, but then high school, he just goes in without the mask or anything on. But he wants to they want him to come into every school. Then also have a speaking engagement that's open to the public. They're asking for $2,500. And again, the committee didn't really make any agreement on this. We didn't even ask him to come to present because everything on there is on video, and that's anything the community and schools is going to do, just shows the videos that we already saw, so. I'm going to kind of leave that up in your all's lap. I thought it was a good idea. I mean, it's $2,500. I think it'd be $2,500 well spent for somebody. If he comes in here and he reaches out to one kid, I mean, $2,500 is well spent. I don't think you'll have any way of showing any profit from that, but then, yeah, there's no way to say, yeah, he did good here, he did good there. You just want to go in and speak. That's all.
There's a lot of bullying going.
Well, it's $2,500. That's all they need.
What's your thoughts?
Doesn't the school system have a budget for?
Evidently, they don't have a budget for this.
I'll make a motion, we accept them. But have them come.
I'll second that.
And I approve it.
All right.
How much, what's the latest amount that's still left in the fund?
I do not have those totals with what we were approving today. Have some other, now we have some cleanup work to do here. 3D Recovery, Piedmont Family for Life Church, God. We approved before $20,000 for them. And it was to cover a vehicle for them to be able to transport people and use for their organization. Really transporting for the transporting rehab and getting them the meetings and for Mineral County residents.
Escorting of the girls basketball team, all that they do every year.
Oh,
How'd they do?
Pretty good, that's.
The game's tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
Where they
Oh, they're leaving,
I know they're playing Weir, I'm not sure where.
they're leaving today, they're leaving now.
Yes.
So they found a van, it's a 16 Dodge Caravan. The total price is $10,270. That they're asking for. I went up and looked at the van looks like it's in good shape. It was good tires on it, it has a couple little things and dents in it here and there, but I mean, for a 9-year-old van,
What was the total price?
$10,270.
I was gonna ask you all today to buy the assessor's expedition for $5,500. It's in excellent shape and only has 80,000 miles on it. Not a spot of rust on it. I was gonna ask you to buy it for that, but I did just think about it. It's only $5,500 and we know how it's been cared for. How many miles does that have on it? Of course, a van's much more fuel efficient, but sorry. I just-
107,000. This is a 7-passenger van too.
Okay, cause that expedition's really good shape.
But anyway, we approved $20,000 for this. This is the van they found. It's sitting up timber Ford. They're holding it for them. I mean, we already approved it, but I need to know, do we want to get a check and put it directly to the Church of God, or do we want to get a check to Timbrook?
Directly to Timbrook is mine.
Directly to Timbrook? So, we need a motion to do it that way. I think we need,
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we get a check for $10,270. Directly to Timbrook Ford.
But it will be titled under the church, right?
It will be titled under the church. This is for the Piedmont Church of God.
3D recovery. Terrible 3D recovery. I make.
And I have their W-9 and a amended contract. That will cover that, and I have a spreadsheet for them to cover all mileage. They know, I've made it clear to them, it's in the contract. That they will verify, or they will account for every mile that's put on that vehicle from day one. That a Mineral County resident will be on board. Or it will be for the program that they're talking about.
That's a Church of God people.
Yes. Okay. So, like I said, they're holding that vehicle, so if we can get that check as soon as possible, I can get up to Timbrook. Make note, sure.
Did you have a sale contract there too?
Yes. Forward. The 39 and contract and everything, copy of it. Need to, I can email it to you. All right, next is Creating Living Legacies. We approved them on December 17th for $20,000. I have their contract, and which Roger needs to sign. And their W-9, and we just need to get a check to them for $10,000.
What are they?
Creating Living Legacies, they they're basically doing peer recovery and they have a psychologist that helps people. They do more of young adult. They help out young adults who are recovering. And help them, and the ones that have grown up in a house where there has been an addiction issue with parents and they're battling those things. The psychologist helps them with that.
How much is that?
So we approved them $20,000 on the 17th,
Giving the whole money.
but we need to get them Huh?
Are you doing 10-10 split or all 20?
10-10. But we just need to get them a check.
So you do have their W-9 too?
Yeah.
Contract there.
Yes. You can sign that. So like I said, this is just kind of housekeeping stuff that we need to get cleaned up, because I'm just behind, we're behind.
You said it's December, right? They go through.
Yeah, December 17th, they were approved.
But we need contracts and W-9s before we can do anything.
Yeah. So now, the last one I have is WV Extension Service. We approved them back in September for money. We've had the W-9 in contract for months. This was when Eileen finished up, and I was under the impression that it was already sent to you. And evidently it isn't, or hasn't been, or whatever. So I have that here. And we approved them for $12,000. Again, we were going to do half and half, but I'm gonna make a motion. I'd like to make a motion. We just go ahead and pay them the $12,000, because it's been so long since we even got them.
They got their first 6.
I talked to Margaret last week and she hadn't received
She
any.
hasn't received anything. My understanding, she'll be here in a little bit and find out for sure. My understanding, she hasn't received anything. She is on the agenda here, isn't
I
she?
hope it, yeah, I hope it didn't go directly to WVU.
Uh-oh. Well, we need to find out. So we'll put that on hold then, till Margaret gets here, and we'll find out for sure.
And it's Frankfurt, the money that was approved for Frankfurt after school program.
That went up to them yesterday. I hand delivered it to the school board yesterday.
Okay.
So. Yeah, that's all I have.
You sure?
I think that's all.
Regarding the war memorial,
Can we go back to park? I was hoping we'd have the January 14th meeting minutes, but we don't, so I just did a resolution real quick. Light and Water Conservation Fund needs confirmation that you all actually voted to decline. I sent them a letter, but they either wanted minutes or a resolution. So I just did that up real quick so that we could send that into them.
okay, it says confirmation. Land Water Conservation Fund. Whereas Mineral County Commission is system of myself, Jason and Doug. Convene for a regular scheduled meeting on Tuesday, January 14th. Whereas the commission reviewed and discussed the Land Water Conservation Fund and grants in the amount of $150,000 intended to the amphitheater project, whereas after thorough evaluation of the bid receiving the project, it was determined that the cost significantly exceeds the original allocation budget, and the additional county finance contribution required to meet the lowest bid was denied. So anyway, therefore, be it resolved, the Mineral County Commission herein confirms that by unanimous vote of the 3 commissioners, it will be decided to respectfully decline the grant. LWCF grant. But it further resolves the Mineral County Commission appreciates the support provided throughout the grant process and will take any necessary steps to finalize the declination of these funds. Okay, it's approved. Do you guys want to approve that? You want to go over?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution
Second.
and authorize the president.
Oh, no, it's
That's
just
the
one.
one.
Oh,
She usually signs
Sign
resolutions.
that.
The check was cut. Margaret was in twice, or she was in last week and this week, but she didn't apparently. I guess Cindy didn't catch her there with it, so it's sitting on Cindy's desk.
Okay,
So
good.
I'll have her bring it down,
For half or
6,000.
for six
So
thousand?
you only need 6 more, right?
You only need 6 more. And because it's been so long,
Approve the other half.
can we go ahead and approve the other half?
I make a motion, we approve the other half for the West Virginia extension on.
And I'll second that.
Go ahead and have her cut that one and then bring them both down.
So just so we're clear, we wanna cut a check for $10,270 to Timbrook Ford for the van for Church of God. We'll cut a $10,000 check for Creating Living Legacies. And we'll cut another $6,000 check, which would be 12,000 total for WVU. For Margaret, for the extension service, for 4-H, correct?
And then the 2,500 for the.
Oh, yeah, the 2,500 for the,
And is that Mineral County Schools?
I'll find out for sure. I'm assuming that it is, but I'll
If it's
find
not,
out.
then we'll need a W-9 contract or whatever that is too.
That's, unless that community and schools, is it something different, is it a different entity? But I thought it was just a part of the Mineral County School, so I'll find out for sure. Okay. Well, then we have the 10,000 for staggers, 10,000 for on trying. Well, that will go to July 1, scratch that one. And then, see, 15, whatever half of 15,320 is. For AHEC.
So you have the contract and the W-9 for them.
Yeah, once I get the contract, let me know for that. Okay.
Okay. Travel, discussion travel policy.
The Wage Review Board, we met again last week. We went over that policy. We still have a lot of questions, with money up front, money with receipts, day travel, night travel. There seemed to be a lot of things that needed to be clarified. So our recommendation is hold off another meeting on that.
Anybody got anything to add? Not
Or you all wanna make just another policy to
That's what we were
counter
looking
offer
at.
of a policy, or is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, well, we had that one, we were just adding to it, and the more questions came about with merging what we already had and the upfront cost and well, it turned into a whole discussion. So,
Okay,
The upfront check is easier for people who don't have P cards, but like. That policy being put off more, I've got someone in Charleston right now who's got to eat for $25 a day, and that's not easy to do. We do need to get it through at some point.
You can meet laws.
No, that's what I'm saying, but I've got someone down there for a class right now. That's eating on $25 a day.
We even discussed 2 cards for departments, 2 cards for individuals going down. We discussed the whole gamut. We never came to a conclusion.
All right, discussion, department financial reviews, all fires, funds and levy funds.
So this has been on the last 2 agendas. I had left some notes for you at the meeting. I was at the county commission, not the county commission, Mineral County Day, sorry. One of the accountants who was, I don't know if he was sending some of the fire department stuff out for review, or if he's doing some of their reviews, but he asked, is this review just of the levy funds, or is it of all fire department funds? If we were only distributing levy funds, I would recommend that it would only be of levy funds, because that's all we distribute. But now we are also sending out fire and protection funds on behalf of the governor, and we are responsible for the accountability of those. They do not go into the levy fund. My recommendation is that all funds be reviewed, but it's completely your choice. But we do need to make a decision, because they have to have those to us by the end of September, and they need to get working on them.
I'm in favor of that. I'll make a motion that we do the financial reviews of all fire funds.
Okay.
I second that.
Approve that also.
And I'll send out a letter on that this week to all the departments and make sure we get some.
Beach Festival electrical request update.
Well, when I told Lauren to put this on there. I thought I had something to come back with, and, yesterday that all went to down the tubes.
Sorry, they're gonna ask about their EMS fund, because they all keep that separately. The fire protection money definitely wouldn't go in there, and neither would their levy money, but a lot of the departments do keep their EMS money separate.
They already had an audit for, or is that just the association?
That was the authority, yeah, the ambulance
The
authority.
authority has an audit every year, they're required, because they're going to get a commission. Eileen and I take care of that. Yeah, this is the individual departments, they're billing. I mean, I don't necessarily, I mean, it'd be nice, but at the same time, I don't know that we really have a legitimate reason to, because we're not giving them any funds that would be in there. But that's,
Except the levy.
no, the levy money does not go into their EMS fund.
Okay.
Levy money
You
goes
guys
to the
keep a
ambulance
separate
authority.
EMS fund too? Mountain, yeah, most departments do.
Yeah, I don't think we need to cover the EMS.
Yeah, because we don't give them anything for that.
We don't.
Hopefully it's all being used right, but it's none of our business really at the same time.
That's the fire department, then, I mean.
No.
Well, yeah,
EMS
no,
companies.
to me, it's to be the fire department, the company's responsibility to make sure the EMS is doing it right.
Right, okay, so just fire related funds or general, okay.
You wanna change that, your motion?
Well, the motion that stands is just for fire, just for fire funds, or fire departments.
She's like,
I'm good.
you got it?
And I'll just let them know that
Oh,
excludes their EMS.
I'm a woman, I can do
You
one
can
thing at a time.
multitask, great, don't see that too often. All right,
Okay, back to the Peach Festival.
yes,
So we had a good. Keith Beckler from Cannons had found a wire that was a lot cheaper. The original cost of wire that they wanted was $28 a foot, and it would end up being, I don't know, somewhere around $16,000, something like that. For the amount of wire that he wanted to put these boxes in. Then he found a cheaper wire that come in at $2.45 a foot. And then he went to order it, and that's what he called me yesterday, and I went up and talked to him, and. When I knew he said that he wanted me to come up and talk to him, I knew that wasn't going. Here it's $17 a foot for this cheaper wire than not $2.45. So. Before, we had a total of about a little bit less than $5,000 to cover everything. Well, now it's gonna be almost $11,000 to cover everything. But we approved 4,000. She is getting, to talk with Barbie, she is getting $2,000 from Senator Smith to help with this. And, now you got the Parks and Rec to give
they're
$1,000.
giving it back to us.
Okay, so that
They
1,000
was
was just
in-
for,
That 1,000 was in with the 4,000.
was the 4,000, okay. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yes,
So they have 6,000 so far, and we just need to figure out. But anyway, my original question was gonna be, since it was a little bit less than 5,000, if we just cover all the materials. But, it's way out of range, so I'm not asking for
are they gonna
that.
do that? Are they still gonna,
She's trying to find money to be able to do that.
so we wanna put this on hold till she finds something?
Yeah, until she finds something.
Did Cody send you a check?
No, I've talked to Cody, because the discussion was how, whether she was cutting it directly to the vendor or whether she was cutting it directly to us, because it depended on what the update was, because if he was gonna purchase the wire with his P card, then her check would have been made out to P card, so we're waiting to see where this discussion went.
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna put this on hold till she finds money. Okay.
But we previously approved 4,000.
Yeah, we previously approved 4,000. But then Parks and Rec was gonna repurchase one, so we was really only putting down 3. From
County.
the county. Okay,
Yeah, it's on hold, all right, new business. Approved JAG grant awards and resolution.
Yeah, I've got a pile of stuff for JAG because it's a federal pass through. It's the same stuff we do every year, but you also have to approve. You'll look at it when you sign it, but it's just the contract resolution and all the documents to go along with it.
Do I hear a motion to approve that? You had green.
So moved.
I second
And I approve that all.
And they're authorizing the president to sign those documents because there's lots of.
Yes, authorizing the president to sign.
New dental and vision insurance.
I'm not gonna discuss this. It's, Carol and Brenda are coming. I had mentioned to you all a while back, I was gonna price out different dental and vision because ours is terrible. They did find an option for us that's actually cheaper than what we have, but has much better coverage. Like, I went to get an eye exam the other day, I was gonna pay $100 out of pocket. This is a $10 copay on eye exams. It includes $1,500 in orthodontic coverage, stuff like that. Brenda and Carol will talk about it. You don't have to make a decision on today. Obviously, I'm sure the department heads will want to know more, but I asked Carol and Brenda to come to talk to you all about it, because yes, so that's what I've got on that. They'll be here at 10:30, I believe. And I think they're gonna talk about our HRA too.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll wait on that, right?
Yep.
Okay. Jill wants to spend some more of her money. Jill, be good.
Oh, you skipped Living Faith Ministries courthouse use request.
Oh, no, I thought that was it. Okay, my mistake. Sorry about that. Living Faith Ministries, which they went to courthouse to do a National Day of Prayer, which we've done that for years.
Yeah, it's May 1st from 11:30 to 1:30 is what they meant it for. They completed the form
11:30 to 1:30.
on May 1st.
Make a motion, we approve that request.
I second.
No court that day.
Well, they use lawn unless.
Well, unless it's raining.
If it's gonna rain, I think his second location is his church.
Oh, is it? Okay, and I approve that also. Yeah, I just, because I know they've used the courtroom before.
If they had.
Okay, assessors, now Jill can come up. Jill?
Okay, so my two vehicles are, the one especially is 20 years old, the Jeep, 2005 Jeep, so I called three different dealerships to get some bids. I heard back from Timbrook here in Kaiser, Timbrook and Cumberland, or not Timbrook, Weimer and Cumberland, and Weimer and Moorfield. We were looking for a Chevy Colorado and a Chevy Traverse. Weimer, Cedar dealership could not find me a Traverse at all. They found me a Trailblazer, but that's not really what I wanted. And Tim Brook came in at the lower bid on the Colorado. These will be paid out of AVAL fund.
Both of them.
Yes,
You need them, right?
yes. So my next question is,
Sorry, what's that fund?
it is, the 2% fund I get, it's like the state funding.
The budget you saw at the last meeting.
Yeah.
For the assessor that the auditor's office approved,
Yeah.
that's a vow.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
It's separate from my general fund. I did have the expedition appraised. Luke and I spoke about it. They appraised it at 5,500. He didn't know if we would want to purchase it for what, maybe maintenance or.
It's,
Do we need it?
well, when we bought that one, I would definitely get rid of the one that I used to drive. This one has like 50,000 less miles, and the old one is got
What old one did you have?
the one that was Bill Hentosh's and that was mine before I got my truck.
That thing had some years on it.
Yeah, and it doesn't have an air conditioner. Maintenance runs it sometimes, but hers, I checked it out last night, like, cause I've got rust spots under the door and stuff. We had to have it patched to get it inspected last time.
So are you gonna plan on selling it?
Yeah, I would definitely put it on auction whenever the cruisers are ready to. Well, I guess I can auction it whenever, really. but we don't have to buy it, but $5,500, it's got 80,000 miles, is that right?
That's not bad.
What do you think we get out of the other one?
I don't know, 1, 2,
Val? What year is it?
they're the same year, they were bought at the same time, hers just didn't have this rush of a life. Mine got driven back and forth from McHenry for 6 years. While Bill was here, so it's seen a lot more.
What's your thoughts?
And again, it's something we have to do, but that's,
If not, I'll just trade it in.
Well, it makes.
What are you
sense.
wanting to look at, the Colorado?
Yeah, I'm gonna purchase a Pershing two.
Oh, you going by two?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a
Colorado,
Colorado and a
Traverse.
Traverse.
Okay,
Cause I'm gonna get rid of the 2005 Jeep and the 2012 Ford Expedition.
okay.
and she actually said she'd give the Jeep the planning, yes, that's
That's,
cause John knows
Fine
the other
with
one
that.
around, so. We're already paying insurance on it, all we have to do is drive it down there and fill it out of TUs.
because I spoke to Mr. Shep yesterday, and he said he would be interested in it, he welcomed the group. Him to have 2005 Jeep.
What's your thoughts, gentlemen?
Revenue, just, we need them. So,
Yeah, we need them. I'll be honest with you, I'm really. If it's rust enough.
And the interior, I looked at it last night, flash, I didn't have the key, but the interior is impeccable too.
When I put that key and put it down and.
Well, I came in last night, I'm like, I should look at that before I talk about it in the meeting tomorrow, so. Again, that's up to you all, but $5,500 for, it's in pretty good shape.
How many miles your Expedition out there?
I think it's 80.
Ours has like 130, 140.
It's always at 50, but hold on. Now the Jeep has, I think, 80, the Expedition might have 58.
50?
I think. More
Wow. Wow.
And it's a 12.
It's a 12.
you have,
You should have it on the appraisal.
you have. Total weight.
I'd see the first
Yeah,
over here.
58.
Yeah, yeah, it's only at 58,000 miles.
The Jeep has 80,000,
And Phil gets the Jeep.
if you approve it.
How much does that make our vehicle insurance go up if we keep a vehicle?
It's like $140,000 a year, so I don't even know what per vehicle costs.
Okay.
What's Phil driving?
He books the Jeep when Dawn's not
Yeah,
here.
they share,
Oh,
they
okay,
share
they're
that Jeep now.
That puts an inconvenience on him to a
He
point.
said it's because he's not getting out in the field, checking the flood lanes like he should,
My guess is $200.
so he thought. Cause I called him yesterday just to see, cause we've talked about it before. And he said, well, it would be up. I told him I was coming here and I'd ask you all what your thoughts was on it.
I'll make a motion with. I guess we need a motion to approve,
Yeah,
approve the purchase of those.
Right.
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of those two vehicles, or for Joe to purchase those two vehicles.
It's the raise out fund, right?
Yeah.
I second that.
And I approve that also.
And then are we cutting a check from General County to AVAL 5,500?
Let me finish. And I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of Expedition off of her from, like you said, General County to Eval.
I second that.
And I approve that also. And
And that's gonna be, I mean, it's 5,500, right?
Well, and then the Jeep, she's not charging us for, we'll
No,
just get
wait,
the title changed.
yeah, but we gotta approve it.
Oh, okay,
Approve the Jeep.
we'll approve, and I make a motion, we approve the Jeep purchase, or well, transfer as well.
And I second
I
that.
approve that also.
I'll buy one, get one free.
I think, that's what- yeah, and
Win-win.
it's not costing us.
For all
anything
of
else.
Well, and with that Jeep, I mean, a couple $100 a year for insurance and worst case scenario, it breaks down and we can just
We can
get
go,
rid of it if
we
we
can
need
go
to or
to jail,
fix
get
it.
something,
Like,
we can go to jail, get something.
Yeah.
Do we
we'll
need-
buy that Traverse off of you for 5,500.
do we need to make a motion to, take the vehicle out of the fleet? Yeah, if that just happens.
Sell it well.
I can just sell it. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt technically, you do all have to do.
So I'll make a motion, the old Expedition we put out on auction site.
I second
I
that.
approve that also. Great.
Thank you very much. You want to do it? I think.
Cheaper to do the auction if we do them all together.
It's not, so it's not, It's like a key for government.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's just,
Oh, did not?
and actually the way it works, it's like a 12% fee,
Oh, okay.
but they don't.
The
we-
Megan
you can
Parsons
split-
was
You can either
approved
split it
to
with the
state tax
buyer,
department,
take all of it
be
over, or,
paid half of her salary out of eval,
I mean, Megan
Okay.
Parsons
and
is
then
fine.
half of the
Pay all of
salary.
it.
Megan Parsons, she's my part-time,
Mhm.
so they did approve her salary. We paid half out of eval and half from general.
She was the one that worked part-time and you wanted to
Yes.
make her full-time.
Yes.
You approved it pending the
Yeah.
approval, so she just let you know that state did approve it.
Yes, yes, so they did send the approval.
Good, thank you.
You're
She likes our
welcome.
logo so much, she's gonna have her new vehicle logo with them, same way we did our facilities truck.
Oh, yeah,
Mhm.
good. I think that'd be good.
Okay,
I really like it. That looks good on side of the
I think that's too.
I'd like to see it just a couple inches bigger. It looks good on.
Put on your glasses, Roger.
Uh,
The Traverse was the problem, because it said
when
they
thing-
couldn't make anything any bigger, because on the Traverses, they say Traverse clear down the side.
Yeah.
They had to like move it there.
But they do look good on without. And if I put my glasses on at a distance, I see things I really don't want to do. I don't wear them. Okay, do you want to, well, I know the rest of the day, we're gonna be working on the budget. Administrative, you wanna go on and give the reports now then, go on? So we can get that out of the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Luke?
All right, I know I've got some stuff with them, John, let me see what I got. Okay, so, I emailed everyone this morning that the contract exemption for R&R Communications was approved for Roger to be able to do the cruisers.
Good.
We haven't got the official exemption, but I was able to pull this off line, so it's just as good. We know that they approved it, on March 6th. Let's see, oh, this is supposed to be in the bills, just did that last night. We addressed the Kaiser EMS thing. Ministries. So all of the sign stuff has been ordered as far as stickers, logos. They did the one in this building, all of the offices are now labeled, all of that good stuff. The only thing we didn't do was directional signs that would be like a directory on each building that tells you which office is in which building. They can do those out of composite aluminum for $100 each. Or acrylic for $140 each. I do think directional signs would be help. I say directional signs, really directories that would go on this building, the courthouse, the law enforcement center, the courthouse annex. It says quantity of 5, there's all community corrections. So it would say like, it would even have Kaiser City Hall, but it would have county commission is located here, law enforcement center, circuit clerk, prosecutor, judges' suites are in the courthouse. So that when someone looks at the directory, they can see what things are in what buildings. But those are $100 a piece if you guys want. And that's not something we have to have, but if you want to buy those. That's something.
Where would we put them at?
Probably by the door of each building.
Okay.
And actually, I guess I just realized. I had him put standoffs in it so that they would kind of pop, but with the aluminum, it doesn't really matter. Actually, it would only be $45 a piece if we don't do the standoffs, if they just lay flat on the buildings. So that's up to you all. With the acrylic, I think the standoffs would be necessary, but if we're gonna do the composite aluminum anyways. I don't think the standoff is really
What's the
necessary.
total number?
Well, if we don't do standoffs, you're only looking at 45 times 5. So
$185,
$225,
220,
yeah.
45.
45.
Okay. Yeah. 225. And they're $100 a piece of it.
If we put the standoffs under them, the outdoor quality standoffs, he said maybe $100 a piece, and that's with install. I assume, well, if not, we can do it.
You need it on all of them. Do you need to stand off on any of them? Let me ask you that.
No, I don't think so. If we're doing the aluminum, it's not really gonna make a big difference. If you want to do the acrylic, but the aluminum's gonna last much longer, that's what he said too.
I don't see any offices changing or anything.
I hope not. Doug won't be very happy.
I'm just wondering if we need it on every, do we really need it on every building though?
Definitely on 4 of the 5 for sure. Community corrections people don't even know is ours, but. Everything else for sure, cause
So you're
like
talking,
in Long County, you pay your taxes at their law enforcement center.
so you're talking a law enforcement building,
The courthouse,
courthouse,
the courthouse annex, this building and community corrections were the 5. Well, honestly, it probably wouldn't hurt to have to go community corrections too, because I don't know how
Yeah.
many people go there thinking it's probation.
It wouldn't hurt.
Are you talking about one for the sheriff's department?
Yeah, there'd be one on the outside of it too.
Do we need one there?
Yeah, it just shows if they go to that door where they would go for the right office.
Well, they can only go inside to talk to,
Yeah, they can only go in one place.
that's all they can go.
So I mean, I'm just saying that we really don't need one there.
The point is a map of the whole campus though, so if they don't know where the sheriff's office is. They can look.
But they got the law enforcement building in big letters on that thing.
Well, we don't have to do any. I mean, it's $45 a piece, like, whatever you all wanna do. We don't have to do any, but.
I'm thinking.
I'm trying to save more money. That's
Yeah, well, and I think it'd be good to have one, especially on the annex where your guys' offices, where people would know.
Oh,
I think that, that.
I was just referring to the.
Yeah, the law enforcement building, I don't really, I don't know if you need
You might
one.
wanna hold off until the plaza's done, because you'd be better off to put something there, the plaza, so when they get there, they know whether to go in this direction. By the time they're at the
Yeah.
building, they're already at the building.
That might be.
And that's the issue we're finding right now. People are going, to the wrong building.
We put 4 yard signs up. I don't know if you saw those big print. And now people are just walking in and asking where the annex is. So,
Okay, when you get the plaza done, it'll
Need
have something there.
flashing lights.
I don't know that that would help sometimes.
no, they say they see the signs, but then they don't know what the annex is. So. They walk in and ask Adam what the annex is.
That might be a good idea. Let's wait till everything's done.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes we get in a hurry for things and we're just wasting money.
We're wasting.
Okay. On my folder, let's see what I got on my list. Oh, okay, so a while back, when 911 switched into the emergency medical services retirement system. Because Eileen and I were not 50% paid out of 911, they determined that we weren't eligible for the system. Well, there were 3 directors, including myself and Eileen in the state that were impacted. We were the only ones. So 2 of us went down and spoke to Teresa yesterday. And she agreed that they would allow us into the system if within the next 45 to 60 days, we start paying half of our salaries out of 911. And the caveat being, we'll have to catch up on whatever, because they'll put us in effective the same date as everybody else. But we'll have to catch up on the contributions that we missed, like is it a 3.5% difference between tier 2 and the MSRS? Sorry to put you on the spot. I think it's 3 or 3.
I think it is too. It's 6% for tier 2, and then it's 8.5.
Oh, so it's a 2.5% difference.
For EMS might be 9.5.
Okay. Nonetheless, I think we'll have to make up our contributions. 911 doesn't have the funds to truly pay us both 50% out of there. But I would love if we could start paying 50% of Eileen and I's salaries out of 911 and reimburse 911 from general county for that expense. It's a huge difference in the retirement system and it costs you all, doesn't cost you guys $1 more. The contributions on our side are higher, but your percentage contribution is the same. And it's it's a huge difference in retirement system. It's like the difference between me retiring at 50 with the same as what I'd retire out of PERS tier 2 at 55 or 60.
There's not gonna cost us any money.
It doesn't cost you anything because the contribution is higher for us, and that's correct, right? The employer contribution is still the 10 or 11%. Then the employee contribution is what's higher.
Yes.
Yeah, so it doesn't cost you anything. It'll be more of a bookkeeping pain than anything because you'd have to pay us out of 911 and then reimburse 911. Pay us half of them. That's I realized that we get paid out of general county to begin with, and then you do I explained all of that.
Okay, so we're gonna pay you out of general county, reimburse general county from 911, and then reimburse 911 out of general county again.
Does that qualify because you're legitimately not paid from 911 since the
Right.
county's reimbursing?
Right,
But it would be a revenue from 911. It would be a revenue to 911. So it wouldn't,
Well, if it's a reimbursement for salaries. I mean, that's my only thing. If the auditors look at it and we're, 911 supposedly paying you guys, but the county's actually gonna reimburse 911 to cover your salaries, you're actually paid from general county.
right, well, I can ask
I would-
Sally about it.
I would definitely check on that because to me, that just seems like a kind of a catch-22.
Well, I see what you're saying, and it is, however. The only clear line they can define as a 911 employee is someone who is paid 50% out of 911. It doesn't matter about time, it doesn't matter about anything else. For my salary, none.
No, how about?
Eileen's about 20%, I think, maybe 15, 20. So, because the general county revenue, the general county to 911 would be no different than a county who gives their 911 center funds to operate. It would just be a revenue
So
to
you wanna do a
911.
little further checking on this, or what do you wanna do?
Well, I'd love for you all to approve it tentative to speaking with Sally.
I'd love to discuss it.
I'd like to discuss it and find out from Sally.
Yeah.
We can probably talk to her today. She'll be here. So,
Anything else?
oh. Check documents. No, that is all I have. Nope, I lied. That office, Joel called me the other day about Jeff Conley and his office and, the addition. Are we gonna give that to Jeff, or what's your all's intentions for that, or do you still wanna hold off?
Now, which office are you referring to?
It's the only new office in the building, it's in the
Downstairs.
addition.
Downstairs.
No, it's on the second floor outside of the,
Right beside the elevator.
right beside the elevator,
okay.
outside of the waiting room.
He needs one, don't he?
We need an office somewhere. At one point, I wanted to move Doug in there, but now that Doug's doing facility stuff, I definitely don't want him to be in this building.
What does Jeff do?
He don't do
Processor.
He's the processor.
He don't do nothing.
No,
I'm just-
You understand around that,
He's the processor.
I'm good. I don't care if office is there and he needs it.
What
Yeah,
was
we don't have a use for it.
our plan for a room?
Well,
We had a plan other than Doug.
Wasn't that it initially? Cause that's what I was told.
or was Anderson, Port Security was gonna be.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be
Port
Anderson's
Security's
office.
now in the new.
What security.
yeah, I'm not sure. I do think it was either Anderson's or Jeff's at some point.
Okay, well, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have to make a motion?
Yeah,
I second.
Is that a good motion?
yeah. I make a motion, we give it to Jeff.
Oh, Roger made a motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. he needed,
I appreciate it.
no problem.
Now you can get your stuff out of the prosecutor's office.
Okay, you got
Quick
to
help
help
in there, take naps.
You haven't.
It's the nicest office in that whole building.
Too many windows, you'll see him napping.
Oh, it's in the elevator section.
Yeah, it's in the addition. It's a
Well, no,
beautiful office.
maybe we want to not put a Venetian blinds in there so that you keep sun his eyes and you sleep on.
No, let's just put a desk and a chair outside with an umbrella.
You,
Hey, the first 8 years I worked here, I had a tray.
Oh, yeah, that works.
Didn't even have a desk.
You've got a closet now.
Yes, I have a closet.
At, February 26th, Region 7 meeting. The 26th, we had board, review and equalization.
that one in our last commission meeting, yeah.
That was also our last commission meeting. Let's see. We had budget meeting on the 27th, all of us.
Right.
March 1st, helped over there at the oyster and shrimp dinner fountain. March 5th, wage and review. Meeting. March 5th, we were all at ambulance authority meeting. March 6th, we had a building commission meeting. And then we spent the afternoon going through the courthouse. March 6th also was at Turning Point, USA meeting. The, March 8th, Short Gap, Fireman's Dinner
Banquet,
banquet.
I was there with that, with him as well.
And, let's see, last night I was at the Short Gap, Fireman's, meeting that they have. Their weekly meetings. And it brings us to today.
How did that start last night, 8 o'clock?
Yeah, it did start today.
Gee whiz,
Yeah.
late.
Their meeting is at 8 o'clock at night.
There should be, I didn't, I was.
Short Gap. Fireman.
Oh.
Okay, last meeting, there we go. 26. Yeah, so budget meeting on Thursday, the 27th. And, Wednesday, the 5th, I read to the kids at the Fountain Primary School. There's a damage authority meeting that night. The construction progress that Jason mentioned, I was there. We met with the Mineral County First applicants on Friday, the 7th. I was at the Short Gap banquet on the 8th. Oh, the first, I was at the shrimp oyster feed. No, it's, yes, yeah. That's shrimp and oyster feed is down. On top of numerous phone calls and discussions, it's mostly about the Amazon Authority.
Yeah, I was at that. I was at that budget meeting on the 27th. I had a meeting with, Senator Chapman and Donnie Ashby on the 3rd. Was you there too?
What was it?
Senator
Oh.
Chapman.
Yeah, I was there at the
Yeah, I was
center.
there because I walked over and.
Yeah, I forgot about
We
that.
had
I
a
didn't have it on my calendar.
I think Joel was here that day also, wasn't he?
That was the 3rd, wasn't
That
it?
was the 3rd at 1
Yeah.
o'clock. And,
I just walked over.
I had to go up to Region 8. I've been up there twice. One was for signing regular documents. The other one, we had to open up a new bank account. So I was up there signing them. I was at the meeting at the Astoria Fountain. I met with Melissa at the First United Bank out here to close out Region 8 account there. I was at Extension Service had a meeting there. And they had it down here last Friday. That's been,
Was your meeting with Senator Chapman about DHHR and CPS, I assume?
it was about issues with people with. I hate to say it this way, but yes, mental health.
Okay.
And there's a lot of people with mental health issues. It's affecting a lot of the younger kids.
Basically, state of West Virginia, we don't have the authority to take
Yeah.
them as a law enforcement officer as they do in Maryland if we feel they need a mental evaluation.
Oh, okay.
Here, we can't do that.
Okay, that's about it. What?
Whether or not we're about appointment. Please review.
Okay. I hate to ask you this. Could you give me 1 minute? I got a call. I have to make a call. I gotta make.
Thanks, Greg. Well, apparently the flight concerns about the fact that some you gotta go and like government security firm that you hire to watch it until they get it.
But what did?
Public broadcasting service tower up on, up at Pinnacle Flats. So PBS called and asked if I knew it, like, about the security. Yes, all good. First ask me, so we can. Days, he said just to like.
You can put it inside.
Yeah, pick up the little screw. I learned it last night.
What's cool?
How much is that be?
They gave them out, so I had to bank with like key chains.
Well, I think it's a contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would work for you or though, because I had to hold this like right up against it.
Well, I worked for them last night at their apartment. When they let me in, the girl like, how'd you do that? I was like, "Oh, they put your phone there."
Yeah, I used to be able to just like get close enough,
Yeah.
and now you gotta hold it on
Hold it
there.
on.
When your hands are like.
You know, and just in case you guys know.
Probably better ask them for board meetings. I'll call out back real quick and then meeting. Using their filter.
Yeah.
Using their filter. There's one talking on the cell phone. Offer our assistance. We'll do their fundraising and stuff. The problem is lines go. One of the youngest members that show up, so all of them are really old and they can't be down there all day, you know,
Yeah.
you got a bag, show on their feet and stuff like that all the time, so. Well, but that was had to be blind. Has to be bed separate.
I told them I would help them with the banner. But so you help with that.
Yeah, they go come up there, weekend morning.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Walked in there.
Oh,
You're welcome to do that.
no, appreciate the offer.
All right, sorry about that.
Okay, so the wage and review board met, wage review board consisting of the elected officials and a civil service representative and a non-civil service representative. Well, our main discussion, we had two discussions. One, we were working on the travel policy. But then our main discussion and our main concern are employees. What we're proposing, is an increase in the STEP program. Every year our employees have to rely on the possibility of an across-the-board raise. The top line, as you can see, it is the current STEP program at $300 a year. That's 14.5 cents on the hour increase. $300 the whole year,
How much increase?
$300.
I know, but
Step.
point, right here.
It's 14.5 cents on the hour,
Point 14.5.
14.5 cents on the hour, yes. So, with that, and then also there were, of course, the increments on the 5-year increments, 5, 10, 15, so forth. The proposal that we have, is that we increase that step up to $600 a year. Again, this is what hopefully we won't, happen to rely on an across-the-board raise for an increase. It's stressful for one thing. So we are asking $600. If you can see there, I have above that the starting salary of $30,260. And above each year, you can see what that increase would be. Then our proposal is also a change in the increase for 5, 10, and 15. The 5, 15, and 25, we were recommending $750, and then 10 for 10 years, 1,000, 20 years, 2,000, 30 years, 3,000. Mind you, that's the dedication of an employee to remain with the county for those years, the experience that you have in that employee, the dedication, it should be rewarded. Any other additions? Covered. Questions, comments, concerns that we can answer?
That 22,650, that'll cost us that each year, correct?
No, that is after they're here 30 years.
No,
The
clear out at the end.
22,650.
Yeah.
After they're here for 30 years, that's how much of a raise they would have gotten.
Oh, that's the amount they would have gotten.
Yes, and if you see above on the current.
Yeah, I
one,
see that.
After
little-
they've been here for 30 years, their increase would have only been 11,700. And what that comes is 29 cents on the hour increase.
That's no longer. Yes, what's your thoughts? I think about it a little bit.
Personally, I think we need to do something for the employees.
I agree.
And to help the retaining aspect of them as well.
Because as we proceed over the years and not knowing what's gonna be in store with our finances, to rely on for an employee to have to not get an across the board raise and only have a $300 increase on their salary is something to think about. We won't keep employees.
So the same way you were all recommending for the deputies when they get a promotion to go to a percentage. Why would you not want to do a percentage on this?
Because people that make the people that are actually at the face of the public, they would get the least amount of raise.
Not a big fan of percentage rate.
But then every time you guys do it across the board, the steps adjust and then you're not 10 years down the road adjusting to $300.
Again, the people that are the face are gonna get less and less and less. The people at the top are gonna get more and more and more. So it's not really fair to them.
But, what's the 600 above the 29 cents? On that paper,
Oh, that's just saying it's $600 a year, it would be a 29 cents on the hour increase. Whereas above, it was $300 a year was 14.5 cents on the hour increase. I just did that so I would have it referenced.
Now, if you're, let me clarify this. Now, on the 5th year, instead of getting 600, you get 750.
Mhm.
And then, not 750 extra, right? Am I reading that right?
750 in place of 6.
In place of 6. You know, I just done a little bit of math here real quick. In 10 years, you're looking at $6,500.
Yeah, I have that actually right there, 6,550.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Yeah, at year
Okay.
20, it would be 14,110.
Yeah, it's not a lot. It's not a lot of money.
We got 56 employees that get the steps right now under general county.
I'm good.
I had an email come out yesterday, Roane County was wanting to know what everybody's tax deputies started at. We're one of the lowest counties from all the responses we were getting yesterday.
I know, just to clarify one thing. I know we've had, and I talked to the young lady, don't ask me her name, you might remember her, Dutch. Jason, she's from Randolph County. The one that was out at the meeting area.
Yeah.
She only makes 13 something an hour, and she is their administrator. And I didn't think that was very much for an administrator. I really didn't. So I think according to her, our employees are good, but I'm good with this step up. I don't have a problem with myself. What's your thoughts?
I agree. Okay, I think
So I hear a motion,
I'll make a motion, we approve these step ups.
I second.
and I approve that also. I think they need it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the employee representative for the county employees and I just wanted you to know, coming from them, because I talk to them on a daily basis, we are very thankful for the raises that you've been able to give us the last few years. And these steps, although it does seem minuscule when you look at it on paper, it does help, every little bit helps, and we want you to know that the employees are grateful for this and everything, so thank you very much.
We're also going to need to really take a look at each line item from here on out to see where we're going to have to cut expenses. But I think it's right that we do this. Every department is going to have to look at that as well.
It may even help with such a large turnover that the county has now, right now, in the last few years. There has been so many coming and going because the money just didn't here. And for the experience, it's hard to replace experience. You know, no matter what education you have, the experience goes a long way.
There's a lot goes in training somewhere.
Yes, it
A
does.
lot.
And the only training that the county employees receive are from the elected officials or co-workers. There's not even actual training. Well, that would be considered training, but you know what I'm saying, there's no state training.
Well, the assessor's office does have state training
Oh, okay.
positions.
And this is just to clarify too, that previously the law enforcement deputies was a different amount, but they'll all be under the same step program now. So they were part of that 56.
All right, anything else to say? You got one thing to say to your employees. Don't spend all your money in one thing.
That's Kristen's gonna talk. Yeah.
Christie, Krista, I called her Christie, but Krista.
You want me up front?
Wherever you want to be, wherever you're comfortable.
For my budget, the only thing, of course, you know, the employees, and then, the only thing I'm changing is the food line. I was gonna ask,
Was that thing on paper? Yeah, it's on the back of your, where's all your notes put together? Right there it is, I got it, I didn't even go back that far.
this was because of the unknown and the food item, and I asked for it to be increased.
Food and drugs, what was it? Yeah, you recall what it was?
I think it was 800.
800. So you went up $400.
Yeah, it was 800.
Okay.
It was 800 and she's requested additional 4, which a meal for a trial could be roughly around $200.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that only covers 2 additional trials.
Yeah,
This last year travel we had, the judge And then it says to me, you might have to buy them dinner, and it's like, usually they let them leave for dinner, and now it's like, well, is this gonna be the way it's gonna be for a while, so it's the unknown. I don't know.
Okay.
But everything else is fine.
Can- All right, thank you much.
We're going, are you gonna be able to get your employees come to the training tomorrow?
Because we were told that we were closing and stuff, and then it was like some.
Well, that training is important because if something happens and one of them's not in it, it's on them.
We really need to get your employees in the
Yeah,
training.
that needs to be done.
And they're off and they're getting paid to be off, but they can come in for 4 hours. It'd be really appreciated if they get in there.
It's been scheduled for 2 months. It's not like it's a surprise.
Right,
I
yeah.
sent out one almost 2 months ago about it.
It was just after they were canceled, someone made other options or other things.
Because if something happens to one of them and they don't have that training, like, it could go against them. You know, because I don't know how, some of this stuff is getting crazy,
And-
so.
All right.
All right,
thanks.
thank you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Margaret, this week, 10:15. She's got a couple minutes on it.
Someone just rang the doorbell. Certainly she wouldn't have done that. She would have walked in.
A little bit. I didn't expect you guys to have it. I didn't think, I thought we'd hold it for discussion for later.
You know, it's our employees.
I had a secondary proposal in case.
See, who's the one that said, I have to think about this for a little bit? No.
Well,
Roger and Jason just wanna throw money everywhere. I'm just kidding. I'm picking, I'm serious.
I know what your secondary proposal was. I guarantee you it's 500, wasn't it? Was it 500?
25 cents an hour, so it's 5.
But no, I'm 100% in favor of it. These guys,
They work hard.
most of them do. I won't say all of them, but most of them do. Most of them is dedicated.
I have a good staff like that. I went through a lot the past 2 years with them.
Yeah, every office goes through that at some point, so like
And I
that.
don't care if you pay them $50,000 a year, you're gonna have that. You're gonna have X amount of turnover, the way it is. But I'm in favor of giving them a decent increase. Might as well.
The states and exoneration, that way they're not as messy.
Thank you. Well,
We really need it.
all of it.
And this will definitely help.
Yeah.
And as far as that administrator, whatever county, Randolph County, I wonder if that was a full-time position, because I find that's just.
That's what she told us out there in the meeting.
That it's full-time,
I don't know the hours. I can't answer them.
okay.
But she did. Cause she was
Was
talking
it
about.
13 an hour?
I hear what she
That's not
said.
being-
Around 13, maybe something an hour.
It also
What's
depends
very-
what
it's
her
very
job
low. I
description
kind of
is.
looked at her like that's hard to believe.
Yeah, well, that's true too, what the job duties are too.
Yeah.
Okay, but thank you guys again.
All right, you're welcome. Jill,
Yes, sir.
we got one here dated back 2022.
Yeah, that was a supplemental that they put in. And they put it incorrect, so there's, if you flip it over, let's see, a corrective text. 2022 supplemental.
Okay,
Did she put it in and after she realized she had commit, she realized she made an error, so she went ahead and submitted a new one, so the new one is attached to it. We've had a lot of people come in past months getting 5 years worth of taxes.
No, say that again.
They're getting 5 years worth of taxes put in at the same time. They owe 5 years. We've had several of them lately.
That one in 2022, when she was talking about.
Some stuff that you have. Is the girl's going to message you? You know, I don't know if they, but we're going to say. That's the right thing. Jeez. You can't find it. It's- it's not-
Sally doesn't know the answer to the retirement thing. She's gonna, I've told her you got one a little bit, but she's gonna reach out to her supervisor, so she can have an answer when you all talk to her. And that was not Margaret, it was, next week. Broken off a parking check.
Yeah.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Sweet.
I'll just scan this line and have the original that.
She gets here, we can give that to her and take that, just take a picture. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
And it's.
We're gonna do a committee report, but we've been unpacking boxes. The kitchen cabinets were installed, their supply cabinets were installed on Friday. He was working on the countertop this morning, the electrical when I got there, so, we did pretty much everything. And the other room's gonna probably be July before it's.
So,
Is that, the voting machine, right?
Yes.
No, H2 man.
It's quite a disaster right now,
And now the bill's 21,000.
figure.
we tried to remain off the way.
I did not order any more of that. I printed something the other day, cause I didn't even think about it, they're like, we've got this Gemini paper and it's this price, do you want it? I'm like, yeah, sure, send it to me. And, then I printed something the other day, I'm like, oh, that is thin paper.
It would just curl, your reports would just curl, and then jam it and all it was.
Yeah, I ordered more of the hammer mill that we were using.
I think they did a supplemental, which means they were given another.
Yeah, so then
They were
we are exonerated 67, but then our new bill is 351.
Jill,
Right.
the supplemental, they were issued a new bill, the correct amount, right?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, so
So we're exonerated 267, but the new bill is 351, so.
Yeah.
Did you call him, the guy at Lakewood is,
I did speak to him. He has a lawyer in Charleston, so he would be taking it for today.
Taking, we're taking to the state people that.
That was
On
on.
commission meeting days, that door's always unlocked.
Come on up.
Marty, come on up.
Yeah.
You can, wherever you want to sit, whatever you. Okay, you got your. Budget here in front of, or not your budget, but your request here in front of us.
And there aren't any changes from last
Yeah.
year. I think it's mostly if you don't have questions like me.
Yeah.
about it.
I don't, cause then I know it's the same. So. But,
Well, I do have something at work.
Okay.
Yeah, we got something for you.
Well, on the-
Don't get mad at us.
Well, now on the budget, first of all, though, before you change something, so I know last year you were questioning her travel and you were gonna cut her travel, so in case there's any discussion of that, do you have any questions for her?
Remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of travel, they do 4-H camp, they do the farmer's market, they do the fair, they do
Well,
Energy Express, they do, the STEM Festival,
Well, no, we're doing other activities now. But yeah, so there's just a lot of different travel that we have, and then at times we have to go to Morgantown or Jackson Mill. The state helps us with some travel, Board of Education provides some travel,
it's what you're asking for. Does this pretty well take care of your travel?
it does if we manage it, we have to manage it, we have to watch it.
Yeah.
And it's nice to have an enterprise here now, because that can really, on the longer trips, that can really save us money. So, but we usually really spend it all day. And sometimes go a little bit over, because June ends up being a really packed month with, the fair and lots of different things going on,
Okay,
so.
thank you for this. If you don't have any other questions.
I'd like to get your picture taken.
Sure.
So we have, which we approved last September, your money for the opioid money, and apologize for the delay on the check. Then today we went ahead, we do have the check from that, and then today we went ahead and approved the other half of it too. We was only gonna give half and then.
Okay,
after
that's good,
recording-
because we've been spending.
Yeah, so we have
I'm
the
getting a little
total,
nervous.
yeah, so we have the total amount we committed to you here, 2 checks. And if you don't mind, we'll just get up there and take a picture.
Now, that doesn't mean we get to cut that for that night.
Okay.
Does that mean we can or we? I'm just.
Yeah, we have we have a big event on Friday, so.
sorry, so I don't have to move on my stuff. This way. Can you come this way? Sorry, because all of that stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With you.
Great.
Brenda, Carolyn.
I guess you'll let.
Already told you.
Yeah, I'll send
They
you.
were also in the county rates, right? Maybe.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to, thank you, Margaret. We said they were rates, but they.
Do you want to look at Bill? Wait.
Yeah, I'm good with that, because I mean, I'm sure they.
You want to end the exoneration?
This thing, and
Because I know they.
I'll make a motion, we approve the exoneration. Make a motion, we approve the estates.
take
The
it.
new-
Yeah. hopefully-
And
Approve that all.
Hopefully I can get it.
Sounds good.
Well, actually, that's what they.
Especially the landwater.
It sounds like a really good burger. It is.
That's where all the coverages are.
Really happy.
Last time it was just Sunday. What is this? How long was it? I don't know, I can't even get in until like.
Crazy.
April 20th.
Take care of
Okay, and that's kind of what pleasure, and then, but yeah, they sell them.
That's why my eyes are just.
Oh, hey, now the only thing I saw was it looks like the policy pad is like.
Oh, this your computers?
Here.
Yes.
It's- it'll be a lot better. Oh, yeah, now it's like anything that we get now.
No.
But
Wonder about it.
they cover $1,500, you know.
You got your computer in there?
He is working
But
on,
ours, and that was the thing.
There are
Vision,
and,
anything.
had to work
You guys
on
give
it
us the thing every year that shows.
yeah, who installs those.
Another sheet of stuff. Burning it, and then what's their different product?
But there's something to do with indexing, I'm not sure.
And.
You got one that was run through their lab.
Yes, no, I had that. I
Oh,
sent
you
them that.
have the.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay.
I didn't think it was so many booklets on it. Like,
Well,
I
that's
used to
what I was
hand out
wondering.
booklets for new, to new hires. And then those, PDIA, they send out the same things. Maybe they sent them out from me. In the book, see it. And if I wanted to run.
Oh, this is for those.
That's funny, they said, look at you good.
Yeah, so I have no use for these books.
Right.
These two,
Yeah.
and for these two, that right?
No, so, they took the coverages I sent them for dental and vision, that was the best we could.
Provide.
Maybe that's not the right.
If I can find a list of ones like that, I can want out of that.
Well, flip it.
I was told was that most,
Oh, it's all.
most of the doctors accepted. So it's like,
Lauren.
okay, do they just have?
That John Deere finance, I just mowing, I said,
And then.
dog pound mower, she get her,
No, that's probably the.
Right.
for what?
Is that the?
I don't know, I never opened it up, you remember what that was?
Well, there was a place in Cumberland, John, these glasses are 6 years old, like I need new glasses bad. And the place in Cumberland, I called, cause I was gonna take Nixon out of there to see if it had some.
Gas.
And they're like, we are insurance will cover 9 years, and so I'm like, okay, that sounds good, how much is the, like, say, $190.
Cindy put these together.
And it was the only place I knew
Most
for
of them,
that
yeah.
time.
I have to tease her a
And
little bit.
this place, there's like.
She got some in there we already did.
Yeah, like there's
Well,
probably
that's what,
10 within. 30
sometimes we
minutes.
have these in bills and then we throw them in other batches.
Right, well, it looks like.
And, we keep our batches together once we start.
Walmart Eye Center as far as getting the glasses and stuff, but. That you can do out of that.
And actually, which batch of that?
So we'll see what we
I
decide.
didn't realize
Yeah.
that they had. John Deere, you don't live, what's? That's what.
For the great grand master keys, rather than ordering Knox boxes, I ordered one for the sheriff's office. We're gonna put in their processing room. And then the key will be locked in there, and then if the fire department needs access, we're just gonna dispatch law enforcement to get the. Great grand master out of their building, because Knox boxes are several hundred, it'll get you into any of the doors in any 3 buildings. We're not
Grandmaster.
The great grand master.
Wow. Boxes are.
That's cool. I like
There's
that.
another one, Dyson.
I like that.
Yeah, because we're not gonna put that on anyone's key ring, because if you lose it, I mean, it costs $30,000 easy to rekey all these buildings, so it's.
It is.
The Knox boxes are $600, so trying to buy one for our building.
Yeah, see, I didn't get a real Knox box, got a little master lock thing for, because it's gonna be on camera in the sheriff's office, so.
With the sign out sheet.
Yes, with the sign out sheet. I actually ordered 2 of them because I've got the key box in my office, but the keys to the key box need to be put somewhere. I don't wanna carry them around, so I'm gonna put the keys in the key box and the other lost ones. Hi, guys.
Just give us a couple minutes while we listen to
Yeah, they're on. This one that we already approved. Before, do we need to reinitial it?
No, that's in there. She puts, it goes to the same group of checks, so no, we don't. Does that, I.
The blame for anything, I'm gonna say that's Jerry's initials, because
That's right.
JW.
That's exactly the way you do that. Blame it on somebody else. I agree.
Old Jerry,
Yeah. Well, we have this.
the bad part is he's probably believe it was true. He's probably believe he did it.
He would.
It was, we enjoyed it, yes. Yeah.
I seen the other day, they just come in, you showed them to me. They're nice, new pistols.
I heard about them, but I didn't get to see them.
Really nice.
Thank you guys for that.
Well, that, you get that money back from the selling the old ones, or,
A good portion of it.
yeah, that's what I mean, you, that'll help.
I can't believe they just ship those in a box, like. Right to your door, that seems like.
You don't go through a,
Discuss how they're-
Whatever they ship them to the sheriff's office. Really? He said the guy said, hey, there's a box from UPS here.
I do not
know. 28 blocks.
well, we probably had to go through that.
We pay this right out of
You
general
go
account.
directly with the manufacturer, they ship it straight to your door. Yeah, like an SFL or whatever that.
Yeah.
That's how you have to go to the dealer.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I guess when you think about it, though, they just ship them to a dealer the same way.
That you and I decided.
980 is what you do.
Isn't that crazy?
Right.
28 blocks in a box.
Pay whatever you can do.
And then there's
Unless
how
you
it
pay
gets
the mail
stolen.
department, then we can't.
Well, I don't want to be before your line item.
I knew the rubber band already broke it off.
So that's coming out of the original gym, the law enforcement equipment budget that we still have.
Okay.
So there's nothing additional that's happening, you don't have to pull from anywhere else.
Oh, okay. All right.
Right. Don't tell me nothing.
No, as long as, I mean, it's everything else for the cruisers and everything.
The only thing that's pending to be added or to. That is yet to be built from that is the payment account. Everything else should be.
That'll be well. Glad you keep me good stuff, right?
I can't remember this.
Oh, it is, Jeanette, our mapping and addressing coordinator. She's a contract employee.
Okay.
Should take on, well, she's a contractor. We treat her like an employee, but she gets really serious other than getting her paychecks. Have you met Jeanette?
I don't think we have.
She lives in Tucker County. She'll live in town probably once a month.
Would you look at the cruise?
Yes, she was there. Probably didn't either time.
There are a lot of people.
I met so many people.
Actually, one that was
Only like
sitting a couple
two.
of grand on.
Actually, yeah, that's. I just get out with it.
Oh,
Pause.
And the shopper's guide isn't done for next fiscal year. Apparently, Cal said she doesn't have any of the coverage to do that.
Did you see the rates?
They went up by 16%.
You saw them? Okay.
Well, I haven't looked at them, I just know they increased by 16%.
Yeah.
No.
We can't find the benefits either. We looked, somebody had sent them to our office to another agent. That's how we found out they were out.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, but not the benefits.
okay.
We even called one place to see if we could gonna,
Is EIA and the HRA still cheaper than private insurance, you think?
oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Unfortunately, I mean,
Continue to pause, I can.
Hmm?
Continue to pause, I can wait, we'll finish these.
You signed it on there. All right. Yeah. What's this Scout Care contract?
That is an annual contract for 911 for the AvTech radios. It's the software and hardware mixed with all the equipment.
Okay, it's almost time.
$11,000 for 1 year?
That's a cheap one. Our CAD maintenance is almost 30 a year. You're talking for a jack box, $1,000 easy to replace one.
Is there handouts
So-
or anything?
After year 5, it'll probably go up if we don't do a hardware refresh. Motorola bought them,
Make
so
sure you miss.
hopefully we can still afford it after that contract.
Okay.
Well, it's 10:30. Speak to this ladies. Yep, ladies, would you like to come up?
We have Kim come up just so she can hear all the stuff.
Yeah.
That's okay. with you,
What's
Charlie.
yours? We want you here. Sorry.
What's that?
Huh?
Here. Oh. I mean, what matter? Good morning. Morning.
Oh, for one purpose.
Okay, I know we came for the dental, but we just found out that the rates posted on the health. But we don't have all the benefits yet. So what we thought we'd do is kind of go over the health just real quick for you, and that way you kind of have a start on it, maybe. Okay. Want to wait for Luke? Oh, there it is. On the left side is the health, and that on top is a report to show you how your HRA is running as of, this report was run yesterday. And if you go to the very last page, no, I'm sorry, next to last page. At the bottom. There's your contributions at 208,000. And claims paid so far, $78,628.48. That's how the HRA is running right now. You still have the rest of March, April, May, June. And then any run out, you have 3 months, run out, but all in all, still running, that's not bad at all.
That's 9 months in and less than 50%.
Yeah, still running good.
I know we get a lot, I don't know about these guys, a lot of compliments. They love it. They love
Oh, good, that's good to hear.
it. They like
But it was a big change the first year,
Well, it's a pain, but my daughter just had her tonsils out and it was nice to be able to send a $1,000 bill to somebody else.
Would you like to have some more bills? Okay.
This sheet here, Carol will go over these rates. Where we got these, somebody had sent them to another agent in our office. And then I went on to the website. I put in there where I found them, Lauren, okay? I put in the, where we got these rates from, okay? They haven't given the benefits out yet. Okay, just what the rates are gonna be, starting July 1st. So that sheet with the blue, Carol will kind of go over those.
So according to, we got a census kind of from, we took the census from the health plan HRA. And that's where we're getting our counts. We're not exactly sure how many employee children and how many family, but we kind of went by last year, there was only one employee child children. So there's 44 singles. We think there's just one employee child children and 42 families on the insurance for a total of 87 employees. Currently, your monthly premium is $62,350 annually, $748,200. Then if you go down, you fund, I see a mistake that I made. You fund $1,600 in the, for a single, $3,200 for a family. Up in the, I just realized, up in the,
I was getting ready to question that, but then I seen you have it down at the bottom.
up in the
Okay.
blue box,
Okay.
it's $1,600 and $3,200.
Yes.
Sorry about, for the deductible. We both even looked at this over and over. So it just didn't fix it from last year. I'm sorry.
1632.
Yeah, that's the deductible.
Yeah.
But you fund the deductible in full, because last year it went up $100, a single, 200 a family. Worst case scenario for the HRA is $208,000 at that count. The HRA fees are approximately $5,742. And then the worst case scenario for the year, which includes your premium, the HRA funding plus the HRA fees would be $961,942. Now, according to the rates that we received, they're gonna go up to $72,917 monthly premium, which is $875,004, which is a 16.95% increase.
Lauren, maybe you know this, when we looked at the rates on this that we found, it shows a $12 RHBT fee. We weren't sure if that $12 was in the rate that's on here or not, so we might be off $12 per person.
Usually what they do is sorry,
Okay.
Lauren.
Okay.
Like this year, it's $34, and usually, like, if it went down to $12, then that amount is put over into the cost of the
Okay,
bill.
we weren't sure, we included the $12, and you can see where we got these rates, so hopefully we're close, you know.
This year, you're saying it's $34?
that we're in right now, yes.
But I thought it's,
This is just what this
Well,
paper.
it went down to $12, but the actual insurance portion increased.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
usually if it decreases when the RHB side, then it increases definitely on the PEA
Oh, okay,
plan.
okay. I think they said it was a $250 maybe increase on that. Was that's,
I don't know. I didn't even know the new ones were
you know,
out.
it's on your left side. You can look at it. You know, we did the best we could. We just thought if we could give you an idea what it's going to look like, you know,
Right.
get started on it.
something to start with. And then if you left the HRA funding alone, it's still, worst case scenario would be $208,000. The HRA fee should stay the same. You can actually get the renewal from the health plan, but I'm sure they'll pull those rates. I don't think they will for you. And then the total worst case scenario be a 13.18% increase, and that's $1,088,746, which is quite a big jump. Now, the only thing is, we had heard that there's increases to the deductibles, but it said like there was an average, I think,
Yeah, it was-
$900 or something for a deductible, but is that on the single, is that on the family? And there's so many different deductibles, how can you say what it is? So, I mean, we have no idea. So,
We tried to guess for you just to see, one place, it said it looked like a $990 average increase in deductible. But like Carol said, is that a single, is that a family?
so, yeah, if they're combining all the plans together, saying in every, we have no idea. So what we're showing you in the third blue column over, we put on there option A. We left the rates, what the rental rates are, but then took up the HRA funding to 2,000, 4,000. That's if they're increasing the deductible somewhat, but it's just a guess to try to show you how much it would
I'm
more.
trying to look to see, sorry, when I was just trying to look to see, because I know that at some point, County Commission Association, the Association of Counties had sent out what they were expecting it to be.
Yeah, it's attached to this.
So,
No, the deductible, they had talked about all of
Yeah.
the details for public hearing.
Oh, okay,
So I was
okay.
trying to see if I could find.
But if you would fund, the 2,000, 4,000, then the worst case scenario for the HRA would be $260,000. Taking the total up annually, worst case, $1,140,746.
And that sounds about right, because I think the deductibles were going to jump 400 for single and
Oh, really?
800 for- I think.
Okay,
Well, that would be less than, the next one, we had it increased even higher.
we went ahead and did a 25 and
Yeah.
5, just to see what it looked like. And then the very last column shows if you were still on the PPV Plan B, which is where you were at before we came in. And those are the new rates for this year for that plan, which will be 102,798 monthly, 1.233 million
Just in premium.
annually.
So even with the
Just in
higher-
premiums.
Even covering the higher deductibles, we're still saving close to about $90-some thousand.
Plus the extra that you don't use in the HRA.
Right,
It's nice.
which has been, it's worked every year. Yes, it has, I think, was it last year, maybe you saved around 100 grand or something?
So it looks like the Plan C deductible increases are $990.
On a single or family.
Literally just says deductible increase.
That's like, you're looking at what we found, $990, and we don't know what that means.
Is that on the second page of that rate sheet? Is that where that?
Yeah, it's on. If we. Those where we got the rates,
This page,
and then the next, second page here shows you the premium increases. And then employer admin went up $250, but we're not sure where all these rates fit, some of these fit in. Then the third page. Where did it find?
And we may not know
Right
for
here.
certain until,
right there.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
we may not know for certain until the legislature, because they're gonna be the final decision maker.
Oh,
is that what it
What
is?
they wanna do there,
So we kind of get it started,
yeah.
we knew it wasn't,
I don't foresee them putting any more money into the plan or into the PEIA to try to help cut those premiums, but I mean, they could do something there.
we actually went, what, about 2 months ago?
Yes,
We went to a meeting, it was actually happened to be right by our office, that the state put on, I guess they traveled and put it
Yeah.
on.
Is that the hearing?
Yes, I
Yeah,
think that was
yeah,
it.
the video.
Yeah, we are looking.
Yeah, we're looking
Try
at the same thing,
PowerPoint,
yes, yes. And that's on that third page, it looks like it says page 13, it says Plan C
Yeah.
deductible increase is $990. Was that single, family? So that's why it was all guest words. But when we went to that hearing, was it 50-some million, Carol?
I think it was $54 million was what they paid out for GLP-1 drugs, which are,
Weight loss.
well, weight loss, not just,
No,
they're used for diabetes, but then the plan, from what we understood at the meeting, they're allowing them for weight loss, which is like your, I don't know how they're,
yeah,
if it's the Monjero and the Ozempic, or if they're giving them for the, doing the, whatever their drugs are. For weight loss, they're labeled as something else. But they're allowing them under the plan, according to what we heard, which is costing the PEIA $54 million.
just
It's
in
like,
this thing.
oh my God. I mean, that's,
And see, most, no, we don't have any insurance right now, I don't think, carrier that will cover those medications for weight loss.
Ours isn't covering it right now unless you are
A
a diabetic, and then it's covered, but anybody else, it's not covered in all the, in this plan you were in now.
well, that's what they.
That's what they said, and maybe they took the loss the year before and are giving us those numbers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it quit, the 24-25.
Okay,
put in
okay.
there. Now, before that, as long as you were pre-diabetic, you could get it covered.
So,
But now
yeah,
you have to be a diabetic.
okay. Yeah, because most of, all the insurance carriers, that we work with, they won't cover them unless you're a true diabetic.
Mhm. That's how this is. I thought maybe they changed it for this coming plan year, but I haven't heard anything.
Well, then we had one carrier that let a large group buy a rider. And then it was it was very misleading where they had to do all these steps to even get to be able to get the prescriptions for it. And it's been a mess.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of a brief overview of what the rates look like, but we don't exactly know what the plan details are. So as soon as we get that, we'll get it over to Luke, so we'll put it on a spreadsheet. And
When do they expect to have the detail?
we don't know, we have, he just said it needs to be passed by the legislature, correct?
Yeah.
Well, the funding gap part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever worked in state agencies, but a lot of times grant applications come out 6 months after they start, so the performance period, so I'm sure it'll be out before July 1, maybe June 30th, we'll see it.
It wasn't last year, everything was really late, wasn't it? Yeah. But Luke mentioned to us, is this still better than, going and shopping in it? Honestly, when we look at your single rate of $550, that is so low. No one will touch it,
Yeah.
it's still low, as bad as it sounds, it's still low in the regular market.
I talked to several other counties that have went out and looked for other places like Blue Cross, Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. And it's outrageous. And evidently the PEI committee looked into doing away with PEIA and going to somebody like Highmark.
Okay.
And they said that was just, the costs were almost double compared to funding their own thing, so.
Yeah, well, the last 2 years, I think we've shopped it out and we couldn't find anything whatsoever, it's
Yeah,
nothing.
Well, actually, that's how we ended up with this, because you all shopped it out for me.
Right,
Whenever
in the
we
very
started,
beginning, right.
you all said it's not gonna work, but we can make an HRA work, and it's
Yeah.
certainly been
Yeah.
worth it.
I think they were really looking into eliminating PEIA, but
Yeah, I've
like,
heard,
once they got looking into talking to Highmark and a couple other insurance agents, they're like, nah, we gotta make it keep going, so.
yeah, one thing I kind of got that line on there, was our consulting and admin fees for the Cornerstone Group. We will continue at the same rate, we're not gonna raise our rates.
And just the work Linda does on that is worth it, because they don't have to process all of our claims for us, but the fact that Linda does that makes things much easier, because I used the app the first time last night, and that was a bit different.
Is it?
So, it's not hard, but it's definitely, it only allows a certain number of attachments.
Okay.
So, it's not a person that can tell me what I screwed up.
She said it, what she does. We'll
With
see.
the other counties inquiring, I've passed your number one to them, so.
We
Yeah,
appreciate
I
that.
too.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So originally we were coming down for dental and vision. I guess they're not happy with what you have right now. Is that a plan that's through like West Virginia
West
counties? Is that
Yes.
right? Correct. It's funny because I just got a call yesterday. Hey Brenda, will you check on this for us? But if you don't think it's gonna work, let me know. And I said, well, we have someone that's wants to get out of it, so I'm not sure how well it works. We went to quite a few carriers and we've got a lot of quotes. We could give you a spreadsheet this big. The one that seemed to come out the best was Principal. Okay, and they can do the dental and vision together. Right now, if I'm correct, your dental and vision, you take it as a package. If you want dental, you get vision. Principal will do it, you can do just dental or just vision, or both. Okay, so it's priced out separately, okay? The top page is the vision. We didn't have a lot of information on the current plan. The kind of just a brief little,
Well, I was just talking to Kim about that, and they don't have a lot of information either, because I was confirming, that page I sent you is all we get every year, she
Wow.
said she doesn't even get one.
I went to the website, even tried to research and see if I could pull something.
It's worse than the
There's-
page,
yeah, there's-
that piece of paper is way better than the rest.
Yeah, so, I mean, the carriers were great about quoting it though for us. Right now you have, and this is all we know, all the NAs on the plan you have now through West Virginia Association of Counties, those are NAs because there was nothing available for us to look at. You have $50 for an exam, and then it shows you what they'll pay for lenses. It just depends, it's a funny scale, all the way across. Frames, $50. Conventional glasses, 90, there just really wasn't too much to go by. But they did quote, and they use the VSP network, which is a good network. And we put in your packet the network with VSP for you and the surrounding area.
But the network doesn't list, but you can go to your like Walmart's, Costco, those kind of places too, okay? But with this plan, you have a vision exam is $10. If you go out of network, they'll pay up to $45 reimbursement. The exam is every 12 months. Your copay for single, bifocal, trifocal, lenticular, they're all $25 copays. And on the right side, that's how much, the allowance they'll give you if you got out of network. But you really should be able to find someone in network with a VSP.
I looked at the list and there's probably 10 within 30 minutes of here, and I called probably that same number of companies trying to find an eye doctor that is in network for a social benefit assistance corporation. And I found one, and I was about to pay $105 out of pocket to see an eye doctor.
Okay. Frames, they give you $130 allowance on frames, and then you get 20% off. If you go out of network, you just get a $70 allowance, and you get frames every 24 months. Contact lenses in lieu of prescription glasses. So if you don't want the glasses, you can get, the contacts. And you could pay up to the most $60 for an evaluation fitting for contacts, and they'll give you a $130 allowance in network, 105 out of network. There are very rare occasions contacts could be medically necessary, but Linda does a lot of claims in her office, and I don't think she's ever run across maybe one out of hundreds where someone has to have the contacts, and then if so, it would just be the $25 copay. Out of network, you would get $210. It's a voluntary plan. This is not, Mineral County paying for it. It's all voluntary. This was one of the better things with Principal. You only need to have 20%. And the other one that was so close to this one, they wanted like 65% participation or more. And this is all 2-year rate guarantees on both the vision and the dental.
And what's
Okay,
the difference between the red and the blue?
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay,
There's not a lot of difference. When they sent me the quote, and carriers like to do this, we're not pushing it. The red number is if you would want to put in voluntary, life insurance. And you would only need a few people to take it. If you want voluntary, it takes the price down a little bit. Trust me, we're not here to push anything on you. We don't like to do that at all.
How does that work? If you take, because the life insurance is a separate
It's separate.
premium.
It's a separate
Okay.
premium because you're doing the
Okay.
package with that. They lower the rate on everything
Okay.
else.
It would be for the whole group, we get the lower rates.
Yeah, everybody.
Okay.
You don't have to take life to get the cheaper rate. Everybody gets a cheaper rate. You
Okay,
just put it in
Just like
place.
put voluntary life insurance in place. So many people have to take it for it to be in place. But then everybody would get the discounted amount.
Yeah, and they only want a few. They said, oh, we're good with a few people taking it. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Then the next page is your dental. Again, we didn't have a whole lot of information on your dental insurance. That's why all the NAs. Oh. If you look at the bottom of this dental page, you see where you see $31.50, $82. Those are the rates for dental and vision together. Remember, I told you Principal will do them separate, okay? So the price for the dental is $24.25 a single. Right now, you're paying $31.50, but you get the vision with it. So even if you don't take the life insurance, you're $24.25 and $6.67. It's really not hurting anyone. Plus, the nice thing about it is if you have some young people that say, well, I don't wear glasses, they wouldn't have to take the vision. They could just take the dental. Okay. And they're, 76.48 is the, rate on the, thing, any other that single 76.48 or 72.67 if you put in, the life with it. This is a good plan. It has the same deductible as you have now, $50 for a deductible, and that's not on preventive care, it's just on your basic major services. The max is $150 for family. It's a $1,500 annual max per person in the family. And dental always runs calendar year on your benefits. And it also has rollover. What rollover is you can build up to like $1,000 for not using all your benefits. Let's say maybe you had a good year, you had a couple cleanings. You can, they will put aside up to $1,000 in your rollover account. So then the next year you have a bad year, maybe you had to get 2 crowns or something, then you might have $2,500 for your benefit, okay? Not all the carriers have the rollover either. Preventive is covered at 100%, basic services at 80%, major services at 50%, ortho is 50%. Orthodontia is for children only, up to the age of 19. There would be no waiting periods on orthodontia. $1,500 benefit. The only thing is, and this is typical of anyone you put in orthodontia plan, and right now I don't think you have orthodontia on your plan. As far as I know, you don't, but maybe, I don't think.
What we sent you is what we have, we'd have to call.
Maybe you do,
We
there's not
do.
much,
Yeah, we do
Okay.
have it.
okay, you have $1,500,
I'm not sure. the
I know there
amount,
wasn't much to
but
go
I
by.
do know there's a waiting period before you can.
Okay, there's no waiting
actually
period on this.
Use it.
And the only thing that would happen if it, and this is with every dental carrier we've used. If they already have like the bands on and started the process, then it's not covered. Okay, and that's typical with the dental insurance, okay? Your endodontics is covered at 80%, periodontics non-surgical 80%. Periodontic surgical 80%, oral surgery is covered at 50%, does not cover implants. This is the big thing here, and that's this out of network reimbursement, UCR 99th percentile. The quote that's in there says 90th, but the other day we spoke to the rep. And he said, Brenda, for like 2%, we can do 99th percentile. And I said, well, let me see the rate. And then he got back to me, says, you know what, we'll hold the rates. What that means, what's 99th percentile mean? What it means is if you go out of network, pretty much every dentist is gonna accept it.
99 out of 100.
Yeah,
Unless you have like a a dentist in the area that's maybe very expensive.
we have one in our town and everybody knows who it is and he, charges a lot. And why we do out of network like this is because in our area, most of our dentists don't accept insurance.
And actually, it's in West Virginia.
And even in
Yeah.
the whole, West Virginia is not real good. So by having a plan that when you go to network, your employees don't have to worry about it. They don't have to worry. It's gonna be covered. Our office has a plan. We're only at the 90th percentile and it works, but the 99th is even better. Okay, so it really makes it for a good plan. It's just showing you maximum rollover. I told you you can actually have up to an extra 1,000 in there. There's no waiting periods, it's all voluntary, and again, we just need the 20% participation, and the rates are guaranteed for 2 years. So both of these will be 2-year rate guarantee. So hopefully it's better. It was tough when we don't see your benefits, you know what I mean? There wasn't much to go by.
So the dental is calendar year. What about in the vision as well? There's calendar year instead of fiscal year.
Usually with vision, you go by months, usually, like if to have a service, like to go every 12 months. Okay, on the vision, you actually count months, but there isn't a deductible for vision.
Okay.
So that's,
Okay.
okay,
Mhm.
So these premium, this prices on here, is this per month or per pay?
per month.
So this is actually cheaper than our Association of Counties Insurance.
Well, you don't have to take both.
Right,
That is the nice thing.
but
For vision,
For like a
if you get family coverage and you want both, it's gonna be $15 more a month.
Yeah,
I thought you said these
For
were
a single,
odd
it's cheaper.
rates.
No,
No,
that's
these are just,
dental.
okay,
Yeah.
so it is more, a little more
Yeah.
expensive, okay.
A single. Is
Okay, I
a
understand.
single
little
be a
bit
little bit
less,
cheaper, but the family
family is a
will,
little bit more,
yeah.
but but they're also,
Okay,
So
so
you
Yeah,
don't
so
know
a
if
lot
you have
better benefit.
vision, it's you're not gonna have to worry about your network at all
okay,
with this one,
so it's like $8 more a pay, right?
if you do both. Yeah, it's a month on the frequencies on the vision, like you said. The proposals are in here to go over everything that we got the numbers from. The only thing is, it doesn't say 99th percentile. But it is a 99th percentile.
But you're saying that if anybody is currently has braces on the association plan and we switch,
Well, they probably already been paid for.
If their bands are already on, they've probably already got their maximum braces allowance from their current plan, so the new plan isn't gonna pay them. Because usually, I think once the bands are on, you've probably already got all your money. Does that make sense?
but will any of their appointments or follow-ups or removal be covered?
It's usually all covered in one lump. It's always one, usually with orthodontia, it's a flat rate you pay for the entire thing, no matter how many times you go back. You go back for,
My daughter's had hers on, 3 years, I think, and she just can't get them off, and she just.
and she's been there,
And then I've had them paid for it for over a year.
you just keep going back, bands break, you go back in,
Yeah.
this happens, you go back in. It's one rate for all the follow-up appointments you have.
That's what it was for our two kids.
to just regular dental?
Well, when she said it wasn't gonna be covered, I just wanna make sure that none of our employees are gonna be stuck in between and not have something.
Well, if the band, like she was saying, if the bands are on, principal's not gonna pay. But if the bands are on, my guess is they've already got their, if it's $1,000 benefit from your current dental plan, they've already got the money from that. That's what I think is the way that it usually is.
So if my kids need braces, I take them, they say it's $5,000 and the dental insurer covers 1,500, I pay the other
Yes.
3,500. And then there's no additional cost
Right,
from that
right.
point forward.
At least that's how we've always.
That's how it's always
That's how
been
much
ours.
your kids.
And usually what they do is orthodontists usually paid out at 50%. They always say it's a 50% benefit. And what every dentist we've worked with, what they do is say it's 5,000, like you said. Here's your coupon book, Luke, for your child. You pay those, it's just a setup and you pay those. That dentist is gonna bill your insurance. They only can bill the insurance company for 50% at a time as certain things are done. So you don't even see all that. You just pay your payments on that minus the $1,500 is how they all do it.
That's how.
Our only concern is if an employee is right at that beginning stage.
And then if they're in the beginning, then the bands probably aren't on, is my guess.
Usually that's, I think after all the braces are put on and they use the bands. I mean, we could, I don't know what to do other than find out there is someone and
That's what I'm thinking, it's just the guy doing
I can ask-
service for our employees.
Actually, I could ask one of our local orthodontists that I know. That my daughter's been in there for a while. All three of them have gone and one's still hanging
None of our
on.
employees are in that stage.
What's that?
Snodgrass, is that?
No, she's from Philadelphia.
Oh,
Yeah,
really,
okay.
and that's our office, is Philadelphia.
yeah.
Yeah, but we can ask him, yeah.
Well, and obviously you guys, I'm sure I'll make a decision on this today, but I thought it was worth presenting because I can't be the only one who thinks the coverage is pretty bad when I wanted to go get glasses and stuff, and that's why I was like, let's.
No, I
Take a look.
don't have the dental or the vision, so, dental or vision, so.
And I told them we weren't sure when this renews. Does this renew in July with your health?
Yes, we'll
Okay.
actually, we'll be having open enrollment in May,
Okay, and they said these rates were good, whatever month.
April and May, so if anybody's gonna enroll, that's when they'll be doing it,
Okay.
so this would be something we'd have to move quick on. So people would term out the other one and then enroll in this one, or if they're wanting to start coverage.
Lauren and Jill, do you wanna share this with the other elected officials and they can talk to their employees and see what, because I mean, it's gonna be $7 more pay, but at the same time, if it
For the
costs
family
you.
side, single's gonna be a
Right.
little bit cheaper, but the family side.
But at the same time, if you pay,
Or they have the
$100.
option to separate.
right, and if you pay $100 less for your eyeglasses, you've already made up the $7 for the year. I mean, $100 less for your eye exam.
Yeah.
You've already made it up. so.
Now over here on this vision, you got on the right column 2 years down at the bottom. You got, what, if you would go over them, what's that,
That's if you do.
667 and 633, what?
The red rate is if you put in the voluntary life insurance, where people.
But I noticed that it doubled as you go up to employees, children.
They have
the
different
eye
rate, on
center
the vision,
Is.
they
and
gave
the eye-
us
the vision
rates
center
for
glasses are
a single
too.
employee and a spouse, employee with child or children, and a family rate. They broke it up into 4 rates.
Now, my question is, if you go over here to the dental, that doubled, why does the dental triple?
They, because on the dental, where am I speaking here? They,
Currently probably have 2 rates.
yeah, on the dental right now, you have 2 rates, a single and a family. They just did 2 rates. That's what you have right now. So they quoted it that way. But for some reason on the vision, they broke it out into 4 tiers. It's just a different tier rating system. I mean, we could get them to break that into 2 tiers.
Well, no, I'm not worried about the 2 tiers, but over here, it doubled, over here, it tripled.
He's saying from the single to
From
the
the singles-
family, the rate is 3 times higher.
Because,
What?
because you're doing 4 tiers.
Yeah.
That makes a difference.
On the vision, you have 4 different tiers,
Yeah.
and really, if you look at on the vision, employee 667, a full family is 20, so that triples too.
If you took,
You know what I mean? The
Mhm.
difference between this one and this one triples. And that's all they've done on the dental side of things is, do you have a family or a single?
Yeah.
and so if you took the dental and you made it into 4 separate tiers, like
The
4
family's
separate
gonna go
rates,
up.
your family rate's gonna go up.
Yeah.
And to make the difference, make up the
So more
difference.
people are gonna be upset about that probably than on the vision, you know what I mean, if you make that too high. Since they're used to 82, but I know it includes a vision.
How much is the life insurance policy to?
It's based on your, it's in, if you, right behind there, it looks like this here.
Yeah.
Try to open up,
This is the network, right?
yes, vision, yeah, it's front and back, there's on the back. I think it was more detail when I was able to find, I think it gives you the doctors in some of those offices.
Yeah, no, this is good. Lauren actually just asked me last week if Conrad is in there, because I think
Yeah.
Oh,
he is.
you go to the second page in, these are rates, term life rates. These are the cost per 1,000. Okay, these rates would be good for 2 years. You can also buy, children, it doesn't matter if you have 1 child or 10 kids. You can buy 5,000 for $1 a month, 10,000 for $2 a month on the children's life. Okay? Doesn't matter how many kids there are, it's one rate, $1 or $2. Then in the, second blue box down, that's your AD&D cost. 0.025 cents per $1,000 benefit. So you would add that amount to the rate in the first box by age. Okay, now go, let's see,
Page 5,
okay, page 5.
5 to 16. So
This will tell you how much you can do for each person. You can, the employee buys it in $10,000 increments. Okay? A spouse gets it in $5,000 increments. So the minimum an employee can do is 10, the minimum a spouse can do is 5. The maximum amount an employee can do is 500,000, and the max a spouse can do is 150,000. Okay? AD&D is included, the benefits equal to the base volunteer amounts, so no matter what you buy in life, you get the same in AD&D. Benefit age reduction. It reduces 35% reduction of benefits at age 65 and an additional 15% reduction at age 70. That is normal on all term life group policies. We have one in place right now where a group of very high paid employees have a no reduction, and you wouldn't believe what they're paying for that. I mean, it's a lot. Okay, so it's very common that there's always a reduction by age. Proof of good health. Required for life insurance amounts greater than. Employees under the age 70 can buy $150,000, no medical questions.
It's a good bit.
Which is a good amount to get without answering any medicals. And if you're 70 and over, you can only get 10,000, which is that's kind of normal too, with the group term. I mean, I don't know if you have it with the state, it might be better, I don't know, so you may not even be interested in this. We're not pushing it, believe me. And then for the spouse, excuse me. They can do 30,000 without any medicals if they're under 70 or over 70 and over 10,000. There's no questions on kids. It's just, you can buy 5,000 for $1, 10,000 for $2.
It doesn't matter how many kids you have. It's one.
Yeah. You can have
Flat
10
rate.
kids and you pay $2 a month. Yeah, doesn't matter. That's just how they do that. Like I said, we are pushing this. They sent this to us and said we can reduce a little bit if you add that. You might already have it with the state where they can buy voluntary life. Trust me, we're not.
I would be curious to know what the required participation rate is to get, like, not for the dental and vision, but how many people would have to buy that, like,
He told me 3 people.
oh,
That's what he said. He said we only need 3 people for the life insurance.
I mean, that's not bad. I get $150,000 for $21 a month. 500 now on a 30-year term, I think it's.
Been covered, life insurance. Got it down. I don't like that thought.
Do a reverse thing with it.
I reckon you're going to reverse it, right?
You could do, there's you can take out loans on your life insurance policy. and things like that.
I don't.
He's advertised that on TV.
Done it for
Course, I'm-
probably 20 years.
Have you?
Yeah, and you pay it back. You know, like, I give myself loans. I've
Oh,
I've never taken out a bank loan in 100 years. Just pay it out. Do like,
You got money.
I use my life insurance.
So if I wanted to add $10,000 there to my life, because I'm over 70, what would it cost me?
You go back to the second page.
It'd be 438 times 10,
438 times 10.
what, $43 needs a month.
A month, right? Okay.
Yeah, the younger you are, the cheaper it is.
Yeah, well, I understand that.
Yeah,
Now, this life insurance stays in effect as long as you work here, and then when you're no longer here, the insurance is.
right. It should have, let me go back to page 5. It should have, most of them have conversion or portability. Yeah, it does. It's on page 6. Employees may continue coverage for themselves and any covered dependents until age 70 if the employee ceases to qualify as a member. The employer spouse must enroll within 60 days from the date they cease to qualify as a member.
But those are different rates then.
Yes,
They're usually a bit more.
usually the only way people convert or use portability on life insurance is usually they know maybe they're dying and, they need to get they want to keep it.
Okay.
That's been our experience, right?
Yes.
Most of the time. He told me 3, it doesn't say it on here, but he told me 3.
Anybody have any questions?
A lot of stuff to look over and a lot of stuff to consider.
But in order to do this, we need to consider it by May, is that right?
No,
They've got to do all the work in May,
Okay.
so you really need to decide right
And
by the end of this month.
actually, it's, no, PEIA is open enrollments the middle of April to like the middle of May, but dental vision is usually the whole month of May.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, they used to be May,
All for both.
yeah, and now it's like April 16th through May 16th or something.
Do a lot of people complain about our current insurance to you, or is it just me?
Not a lot. We all realize it's not that great. We've been using it.
Well, as long as it's not just me.
And it's really, you almost have to have dental and vision to really make it work too, because
Well, yeah, cause I've thought about that, Ashley and I have talked about that, we pay $900 a year for insurance and I haven't got glasses in 6 years, we could pay for our.
wait till you're older, you get them every year.
No, I told Kim I desperately need glasses, but I'm too cheap to go pay for.
That's like when it was just me and my son, I canceled it because to me it wasn't feasible for what I was paying out a year.
Right.
Where I could just pay for 2 cleanings and.
Right.
That's exactly.
You're not using it, it's not worth it.
If you have decent teeth, and you don't need.
Yes,
surgery and
so,
tools and
but
stuff.
now I have it on myself.
If the Lord forbid you don't have it, and then you have to go and they.
Yeah.
Do so.
No questions?
I don't.
None.
Good. All right.
Thank you.
You guys probably intend to make a decision at the next meeting, or?
I think, yes. Are you gonna present this to your?
We'll ask some questions around, we'll see what concerns there might be, or. I have a feeling we're gonna have a work session between now and the next meeting just to finalize the budget too, so we can have some discussion there too.
Is it something, while we have all the employees together tomorrow, you can just mention it?
Good.
Morning, afternoon. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you guys. I'll let you know when everything.
Well, I can take you. I've been talking to Region 8 about their employees and getting some of this year. I don't know, like, when you say, don't our channel.
Who's that?
Region 8,
Planning and Development
Planning and
Council.
Development
Oh, okay.
Council, and well, I talked to them about going together with solid waste also. Because there's 2 different groups in the same building, but one group only has, they don't have very many employees, solid waste. I don't know just exactly what it is, maybe 8 to 10. But planning and development's got a lot more than that. Maybe if they go together, I don't know. I'm gonna take this card. And George, take your card up and call you.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll just do that, because I'll get there. next week. I know I'll get there next week.
I'm gonna say, I've sent her the information.
Yeah, I know you did. Yeah, I know. They.
Take these out. You can look up one, they say, oh, they're running here. Come on out. Yeah.
Well, actually, if you guys wanna leave the extra folders, I'm sure that.
Yeah.
I just pulled the cards out in case you wanted them.
Yeah. I can just do that, yeah.
Extras.
Just hand them down there.
Yeah, we could,
Okay,
for the way to review.
Yeah.
was one of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
You.
it. Nice
Stay.
talking to you.
Thank you for everything you guys do. Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. And if you do decide to do the dental and vision or even like, we're more than happy to help get everybody enrolled and all that good stuff. We can do it quickly.
Yes, we
You had to put up with us all day. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Safe.
Thank you. One second here.
That's, how much, did you figure exactly what we're saying? I'm not very.
I mean, the employees are the only ones who pay, so it doesn't cost us anything.
I know, but I want them.
See you gentlemen later.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Will we save?
Oh, could I go out the back?
Go park back there and try to.
Because the commission doesn't pay anything for it.
This is just employees.
The employees pay all of it.
Yeah. Comes out of their paycheck.
It'll cost the employees $7 more per pay for a family, but like I said, if your eye exam costs $100 less a year, then
What's that?
it'd be worth it.
30 appointments would be.
Oh, I found it's cheaper to pay cash.
Requesting a section.
That's why I didn't know what they put down, but.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's pretty decent.
Yeah. Have you ever done that, like, use your life insurance,
I think she-
use your life insurance policy, you don't ever go to the bank.
I don't really like it.
And then you pay yourself back, you pay yourself back. Ones with interest, and then your life insurance rate coverage even gets higher.
I've never got into the whole life insurance. I have lots of life insurance, but I've never like got into
I don't want to branch away.
Now, do you have interviews scheduled for today,
at 110 and 120.
110 and 120?
Yeah, I
Okay, so
sent,
they're pretty much tied up from 1 to 1:30.
yes.
Okay, are you guys breaking for lunch?
I've packed a lunch. I can eat right here if I need to. I didn't see anyone else's meals in the fridge, so
Oh, is it mine? Yes. Oh, okay, I go to see that.
sure, if you wanted to, Cody could go grab something too and you or.
I don't even know, on ours, I.
What time do we need, if we do the pizzas, well, we are gonna do the pizzas tomorrow, what time would be a good time to do the pizzas? Or have the pizzas delivered?
Also, Mineral County, Day follow-up meetings tomorrow. Katie's wanting to know if she this week.
Not tomorrow. Oh, yeah, we're up there.
Katie just emailed me for that list. I don't know why. I sent her the list. I don't know why she wouldn't ask me.
A list from the department heads of how many's attended each session, morning or afternoon.
I can make sure it's on because we weren't gonna be here around. Okay.
I know I haven't scheduled my employees for who's in the morning, who's in the afternoon, but just to make sure. get
Yeah,
that
this
up
room is
to all
available,
10.
since you all want.
Okay. So I need that. Then
Yeah.
that's it, ASAP, so I can let him know what time to be here, how much we need.
Cause I mean, you get them for the morning group and then the afternoon they get full and stuff. What time's the trainings from?
Very good.
Let me pull the memo. I think it's probably 8:30 to 11:30 and then let me look.
4:30, 4:30. I thought, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, are you gonna be here in the morning? You guys gonna be here in the morning?
I am not sure yet.
I can't be, I got my tax.
8:30 to noon and then 1 to 4:30.
So if they came at noon and the people stayed there after and ate lunch in the afternoon.
The
people-
idea, they have to have their lunch hours and keep the offices open. Like, go lunch, so
Well,
people
how
that
many-
are here have to go back, so the people there can.
How many do we need for the morning? We'll have them delivered at.
That's what I said, I told you. That's what the conversation was, Roger, trying
Yeah.
to find out how many's gonna be in the
Yeah.
morning and how many's scheduled for the
Split the
afternoon.
difference, that's
Yeah.
what I would do. Now, I'll be here in the evening, but I won't be here in the morning.
Has everyone been told that this is taking place in the law enforcement center? Because I've not sent anything out.
Joe told me it was fine. I'm done talking.
No, the room is fine,
Yeah,
but has
I'll-
anyone told you, like, the?
I'll check with them,
Well, I don't
I'll
know.
check with them about the pizza, or the attendance, excuse me, the attendance.
I get them Christian. Christian food coming.
Did you guys finish the bills and the purchase orders?
Should be.
I make a motion, we pay the accounts payable
And purchase orders?
and purchase order.
I approve that also.
I told her at the same time that we were having the training and closing the.
Yeah, so she knew about it.
At the same time, it wasn't that we're
She-
closing it. It was,
Her
we're
employees-
closing it and having training.
I don't think her employees ever came to one, did they? Have they ever came to one?
I sent out the memo 2 months ago. It wasn't a secret, like, I emailed it
I know.
and had it delivered.
Did we have a date then at that point?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. I sent the memo out with the schedule, the topics and
Oh,
the
yeah,
date.
because in the closing of the courthouse came over.
Right, yeah, that came out, it's gone.
What
But no,
do
that
they need to
date,
do to make this stuff mandatory?
you can't, because they're elected officials, they manage their own offices.
Yeah. That's. Thank you, Mom.
Now, the only thing you really could have done in that situation is because the courthouse was closed for the day, is you could have said. They have to report to work for half the day, or they'd have to use a vacation day, right? But you would have, that would have been coordinated with the judge still, but yeah, there's no way to make it. Mandatory because the elected officials are
you guys see if Cody was back?
Say what?
Cody back in the building?
Oh, I was in the building.
Go ahead, go into executive.
Assume you wanna go into executive.
Well, you'll have to wait to get that thing.
No, you're gonna have to leave.
You
the
want
room
us to go back?
because This is always recorded.
Okay,
I make a motion to go into executive session,
I'll second it.
for reasons of personnel matters.
Thank you.
hey.
Yeah, that conference room is cleaned out or one of the.
I make a motion, we come out of executive session,
I'll second that.
this, no decisions were made,
No action taken.
no action taken.
So the reason this is $110,000 revenue, like this isn't a small revenue line, that's why I'm asking. $109,000.
Well, how come we only get 14,000?
It increases per year. This is the schedule.
So,
That's for maybe out.
Yes.
So how much in taxes are we not collecting?
what is this from, the AVL, what is that,
Project Ridge 2.
and why are they paying us?
They're not, they're paying the development authority pays us.
And, okay, sorry, I'm just, why are they paying development authority?
Because the development authority has the statutory ability to purchase equipment on a business's behalf and then lease that equipment to the business. Then that equipment is fully tax exempt.
Why, okay,
So they negotiated with Northrop for a payment in lieu of taxes. And then they distribute that money between themselves, the school board and us.
so, if Northrop's, I thought Northrop didn't pay taxes anyway, because it's a federal land, but they pay taxes on equipment.
Different places they do,
Okay,
depends on where, because none of the land they're expanding onto is Navy land.
so what's the difference then if they were paying taxes versus them? Development authority,
Well, it doesn't matter, because the development authority doesn't need our approval to do it, they can tax exempt anybody with the lease. So like, it's a decision outside of us,
outside of them.
within their statutory ability, they don't, development
Can
authority
we
doesn't.
copy this for them too?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys should have seen that. But the development authority can do that to, well, if they want this, I mean, it would have just been simple, like, Northern wasn't looking to solely expand here, like, they had feelers out to numerous locations they could have expanded, and whoever gave them the best deal got the expansion.
Okay.
So they were able to work this out with them, and we still benefit.
Tell you one other thing. We need, I don't know if you got a copy of that letter that we wrote up to where we can collect 30 days while people go to jail. You still got a copy of that?
I know I have the code still, yeah.
Okay, well, I got the code if you need, but I think we ought to have that wrote up. Talk to Charlie about that, see if he's good with that, because we're losing money. And we need to address that.
So this year it's 57, next year it's 109, it's 146, 185, 215, 196, and then it's back.
So the question is, what should it fall under? Because currently we've just been putting it under miscellaneous because it wasn't really defined and we weren't sure what we were going to get when. So if this is a set schedule, we are guaranteed 100% that this is what we're gonna get.
Yes.
I know we don't have anything that does with us, and Northrop Grumman could have went somewhere else. I'm curious how much they would be paying in taxes versus 14, whatever, 57,000.
Yeah, Kevin could, you go up, pop up by his office, yeah, and what the difference is. But I don't know about first.
Okay. It's gotta be sustainable more than this.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But it would have been
But they would've
nothing
went
if
somewhere
they
else.
would have went somewhere else.
Right.
Because
They
everyone's
was
off.
given a tax break to come in here.
Right.
Um,
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a
They
common
could have
thing.
went, I mean, anywhere in the US, they got,
Yeah, anywhere they
locations.
already had a location,
Yeah.
they could have just expanded, and that's what they were, like, it wasn't between the local elected people, like, it was between site selectors. Yeah, but yeah, that's a guarantee, could it be like because technically it's a development authority contribution.
And keep in mind too, the ground is owned by the government, but all the businesses that are ran is by private companies, private entities.
Yeah,
They just have contracts from the government, so these are private for-profit companies that we're dealing with.
but they are expanding on to some of the,
Yeah,
some property that isn't, government owned.
I believe so, yeah.
When should this, sorry, I'm
Just
on
on this fiscal year,
but when was the contract signed, you know that, like,
it's probably about 2 years ago.
so that would have been.
I think, no, I think Dutch was on the commission.
Now, on the commission when that trade.
You've been here, what, two and a quarter?
Two, yeah, a little over 2
So it's
years.
been within the last 2 and a quarter.
And, sorry, does that, what Kevin did, that doesn't need commission approval or anything like that?
And then it's all within their statutory ability. That's why they're created separate from the commission.
Yeah.
You say statutory ability, I guess, code, you're saying code?
Yes.
Code.
When you got this, Regional Joe partial reimbursement, is that, what's that from?
Thank you.
We get,
they're
well, we get one where we
we
zero out the general school at the end of every year.
Yeah.
Which one are you looking at?
362.
362.
Oh, 362. Those, that is, I think, with the magistrate court, circuit court, partial, it's on their monthly reports.
Make them, people go to jail, make them pay a little bit.
They, when the court costs like stuff.
No, we need to get some of the time in jail.
Could we put the Northrop money under, the development authority money under 380?
Transfer from other entities.
Because that's what it is, I mean, the check head says,
Yeah.
North Carolina Development Authority.
And then, sorry, is there stipulations that this money is earmarked for, like, we can use it for whatever we want as a commission?
Yeah, the idea during the discussion was like, we talked more about like recreational, type purposes, like,
I don't think that was in writing, though, was it?
no, it's not, it's actually not writing.
Like when somebody gives towards a, like my fence project and the ministry, is it designated towards that?
Oh, no, there's no
There's
designation.
no designation. I couldn't do the word, I had to say that loud.
Yeah. Did we just put it under 380?
I'll double check whether, don't have my chart of accounts right here, I have to look. Probably, because that's like the school board, when they reimburse us for, salaries, it's under 380. So we could put that under 380 then.
Yeah, because I hate for it to not be in here, because it's not a small piece of revenue, like compared to some of the stuff we've got on here, it's.
So you would add that 57 to the one.
No, the 109,
Yeah, the 57 is this year, that's what we've already received 3 of these. Yeah, the 109 is for next year, 109, 372.
Oh, okay,
just rounded to 109 now.
so where did it go? Where did last year's go? Can you,
We've been
366.
366?
Yeah,
Oh,
Miscellaneous revenues.
So that would bring
Well, that-
366 down. Right?
no, 366 only got 2,500.
Okay,
as of December 31st, or no. And then I got my other reports here. I got. I'm gonna need you to sign the estates too before you leave, so I don't know if you'll sign it about the state. I don't want you to spend all these hours and then
Well,
have to still sit there and,
if I did you smell my truck?
no, I don't go around smelling truck.
Well, you. I had one to throw up.
Actually, I need
Stuff in this house down here, a lot of that stuff in this house down, and we didn't bring the bad stuff in. I had them just bring the dumpster.
Okay,
So a lot of it,
35,000.
we did a lot of things. we didn't want to do.
35,000 is what was in there.
I'm telling you, it's a mess.
Left so far.
And there's still a
I
little.
mean, it doesn't matter to me which place it is, but it's.
No, if we're gonna get 109,000, that's not a miscellaneous revenue, but I didn't know anything was ever given in writing. So if we are guaranteed that, then yes, we can budget for it, but I got a check that says here, don't know what it's for here. I mean, so we're not misleading.
Okay.
Yeah.
Serious, I put my clothes in the living room up there and changed. I told everybody stay out, I'm changing clothes, I changed everything. And it was pretty bad.
There was a house down in Ridgely that similar situation, they ended up tearing up the floor, replacing it. So
Oh, this don't have to tear apart.
Just for YouTube, I don't.
Um,
For YouTube.
we're not mentioning any names, but
So, the first line item there on the revenues, just for my.
The
understand-
million,
Yeah, why did it
Okay.
go down that
so
much?
that's kind of where we are because, I put a million there. Now we're projecting what our carryover might be.
Okay.
And looking at, normal expenses from this point to the end of the fiscal year, we're looking at, we're probably gonna spend another 2.2 million, okay?
Okay.
So right now, we got about 2.6 in our general county.
Yep.
So our question is, that doesn't leave much when you take 2.2 out of 2.6. Question is, how much revenue collection are we gonna get between now and then that we can consider as carryover?
So it's better to underestimate.
Yeah, I'm pushing it, I think, at a million, because we have Mr. Roger. We are gonna be pushing to get this project and any other expenses that come up, with the projects before the end of the fiscal year. Some of these items that are gonna need to be purchased for some of the offices.
Still need to, after Fairbanks leaves or whoever the company is, then we still got other things to take care of too, construction.
I'm gonna sign this one right here, I want to make sure.
Right.
I just want to make sure, because I see you got others.
So, it's a pure guesstimation. Could we put 750,000, could we put 1.5 million? I'm going from what I can tell right now, like I said, with what we have in the account right now, what it looks like our normal expenses between now and there. Like I said, it looks like we have about 2.6 right now. On an average, we could probably spend about 2.2 between now and then. And so at least 400,000, and then any revenue that we get in between now and then. Which tax collection is low. We usually have some tax collection here in March before, the end of the delinquency, what, March 31st, I think is. So we'll have a little bit, people wait till they get their income taxes to pay their real estate taxes. But the tax collection that we have is our main revenue between now and then.
So with the budget increase, for, salaries for all the employees, should we take the number lower, just
So that won't kick until July 1.
to the line one? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So again, we're guesstimating at the 1.
Okay.
And then, of course, with the 4.8, that's the figure that Jill, by that certification of values that Jill gives us.
Mhm.
That is a set number. Based on the figures that she gives us, there's that calculation, and it says that this is our projected collection.
Yeah.
Projected, as if everybody pays, which doesn't happen. So, those were the two figures, because we had gone through the revenues at the last commission meeting, or one of the budget work sessions, I believe
Yeah.
it was. We had gone through the revenues and adjusted several of them.
Yep.
And then those were the two line items we really couldn't address.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna add the 109,000 to 380.
Yep. 109,372.
So how far are we from balancing expenditures, like with, I mean, put all the requests in,
Expenditures yet, no.
all the requests aren't in
So we're
there?
doing that today.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if
Yeah.
you already had the requests in
No.
there.
No, so that gives us around 8 with the new additions.
Yes.
Which is what we had last year, right?
8.2 is what we ended on 8.2 after.
Well, no, the 9.2 though is the revised,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not what we budgeted, it's the one, that was, when we have the additional carry.
Last year's. revenues.
We already carried a lot of use this year.
Yeah, 8.
Sorry if I'm dragging this out, guys.
No, now is when you, if you have questions, now's the time to ask, because we have to balance this. So last year was 8,994,848.
Oh, so we're not that far off base.
Say that again, sorry.
Oh, lost my page, give me a second.
8,094,000.
848. 8,094,848. But that was with a carryover of 1.5. And then we did have a good carryover last year.
Yep.
We did end up having a good carryover.
2.6.
We had another 1.1 to that.
Well,
But like I said, with the end of the project and all these expenses and
I think it's better to be safe than sorry, but like, there's a lot of lines we put money in last year. Like capital projects, we've only used 10 or 15, we haven't even spent anything out of that yet. As far as this, it's like 10 or 15,000 out of 100. The amphitheater project, we haven't allocated that money anywhere else, that's 150,000. Like, I'm not even saying allocate, but I'm saying there's room for it there.
150 for the link, Lorenum, 150 went into law enforcement overtime, so that is gone, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, they did do that. So revenues were kind of, you have that to look at and we'll see where we balance. But we really need to tackle these expenditures or we'll never get done in time,
Yep.
okay? Are you okay if I just fly through them with you?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a printed version. These are with the request from the department heads, except for Luke's request. Because he wasn't here when we were doing the first ones. Okay, so the first one is the county commissioner's budget 401. And of course, with salaries, you know, I'm gonna plug in the new steps and adjust the salaries, so we're gonna skip over salaries for most part of these. But if you have questions or comments as we go through, we'll look at each department. So travel, 5,000 last year, 5,000 this year.
is that gonna be enough? Cause Jerry wasn't a traveler and neither is Roger. I know Dutch and Jason both are.
Yeah, I'm wondering about jumping that up to 7,500.
You spent 78 last year, you've already spent. How much? 75?
Yeah,
Okay. Postage, 200, you already spent 230, you wanna up that to 3? Certified letters and such,
Yeah, that's like when I
FedEx.
send out the audit letters and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
FedEx.
Future all's on.
Jump it to 3.
You wanna jump to 3? Okay. Advertising, 2,000, that seemed to be pretty comfortable the past couple years, is that good?
Yeah.
The dues, we haven't paid that amount since 21, 22. I'm not sure right off what we're not covering under that. We've already spent the 80-50. Better leave it at the 10-650.
yeah,
Professional services, we were a little over 5 last year, we were 5,938. It does vary quite a bit. We've only spent 22 so far this year, good at 5.
leave it at 5.
Okay, audit, there is 35, or is it
Professional
37 for the audits? Why was I thinking 37?
I want to say it's 38.
professional services would be like D&D coming into,
No, it'd be like hiring Wendy Grieve to answer
Okay.
questions.
so.
Well,
The
which-
scoping would come out of like courthouse or courthouse annex or one of those lines.
So what about the 10,000 that you're gonna have to pay for this summons?
Well, we don't know you have to pay 10,000, we'll probably take it out of. Depends on how soon that is. Up to 10,000 is our responsibility, and then after that, that's when the insurance takes over.
But that comes out of 419. That doesn't come out of 401, that comes out of 419.
Okay, yes, there's your question. Yeah, I've never paid that.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the audit costs.
So like professional services are mostly like your GoDaddy emails, the Zoom for the meetings here, DocuSign.
Okay.
Conrad to do the Lorena deed work, so it kind of varies. You don't have a material and supplies line item, so actually like the nameplate was taken out of that because there was no supply line item, which is a very random thing that you have expenditures, actually. So audit, you say you thought it was,
That's what I was just looking at
it says 14, it's 28. It's 28, and then we had actually 20, so 29,000, and then the third 3,000 for the American Rescue, so 35 should cover it then.
Yeah, cause I think, now that I think about it, I think Kara just called me and said, this is what your audit's gonna cost this year. I don't think they ever said anything.
Okay, well, we've already paid 14 for half the year then, so. We put that $500 there just because every once in a while that we have a charge. And sometimes Kimmer said we have to hit that line item, because we don't have it hit anything else. And then contributions, the contributions vary, like so far this year, you gave the money to the American Legion Riders, for post 31. We hit that for the American Rescue, we had to clean up that American Rescue money and it hit that line item. It's been where you bought the scopes for the ambulance authority, where the Lucas devices, I mean, when.
If we decide to make an unbudgeted donation to somebody.
Yes.
Or something.
Yeah, so we just put 10,000 if you need that, so is that good?
Well, in previous years, we give a lot more than that.
It's varied based on what you want, like, one year they bought all the scopes and the Lucas devices, and that was not something that was budgeted. Under county clerk, I've been asking for, I did the extra help line item. So what, did we do 10,000 or 15,000 on the records management grant?
You did 15.
15,000, okay. I actually need to put $15,000 there then, because with.
Under the extra help?
Yes, because we have the records preservation grant. And they'll be paid out of my office and then we'll get reimbursed.
Okay.
So,
Double checking that right now.
and that's for the scanning. And then, of course, if you wanna go through my printing previous year, I left it the same at 5. Good for that?
Good thing you don't buy your own paper.
No. Good, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep going unless I hear any opposition.
Secretary.
Travel, I did go over that last year, but usually 1,500 covers it, because I usually just go myself just to cut down on cost. Postage keeps going up, but we'll try and stay under the 4,000 if you're good with that. Advertising, I actually dropped that down to 7. I'm sure you don't have problems if I drop it. The dues are only $550. My professional services, I stay usually under 1,000. My material supplies, last year I had to ask for 15, I'm dropping it back down to 5. The reason I did it increase last year because not knowing what cabinets and such, but all my costs should take place before July 1 of this year.
Are your dues separate from the Association of County Officials dues?
This is my county clerks association.
So, okay, that's part of the association. So because the commission pays the overall association, county officials,
For
and
the
then you
whole
guys,
officials.
and
But
then
the
you guys have
county
your own.
clerks, yes.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm dropping that by 10,000 down to 5, and then record books, I will use every bit of that 6. Any questions there? Okay. Circuit clerk, she said overtime, she really didn't need any because they all seem to want to use it elsewhere, like leave as opposed to overtime. She left everything else, she left her printing at 9, she left her travel at 22, postage at 10, dues at 3, materials at 5, and she did ask for additional 400, which only covers pretty much two trowels, for food and drink in case she needs to order jury food. Any questions on the circuit clerk's request, any adjustments?
Just postage, I know they do a lot, but the mail's gonna go up to another rate hike, I don't. Do we just adjust them when they do?
She was at 9,600 last year, she was at 9,300 last year, or
Okay.
the year before. So, I mean, if you wanna increase it,
I think we can just wait if the
And
postage.
drop it over.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so the sheriff's tax office, he did increase his overtime request for the tax girls from 200 to 500. And that would be like for the tax sale.
On his salary, there was a bill out there that would increase the sheriff's salary by $1,000 per year for each year of service. Do we know if that's going, because I mean, that's
They've been a lot
over
of,
$20,000.
They've
Or
been
the
a lot of
sheriff or the
opposition.
staff.
no, sheriff.
Okay, well, they were also talking previously of combining the sheriff commission into the base salary for both him and the assessor, and I don't know, did that come back up last year, cause it didn't pass last?
Increase to 20,000. I haven't seen anything.
But that's been getting a lot of opposition.
Okay,
I don't know,
I just wanna
that don't mean nothing.
right, because that's not a small thing, 20, I mean, I don't know how many years Joel has, but he's definitely got over 20.
Well, he's got over.
Oh, for past years.
For wherever you were,
Yeah. He's
the
right.
bill was
Yeah,
introduced
it was
for
like another
$1,000 per year for every year of service you had in law enforcement.
That's where it came up to 20,000.
That, them, and there was another one they went along with. What was that? There's something else written into that. I can't recall what it was, but yeah, I thought that, I hope that don't pass.
Sheriff would become, like, some sheriffs would be paid as much as the prosecutor.
Well, Buddy had 30 years.
That's
So,
what-
I mean-
Yeah, yeah. I just wanna make sure that hadn't gone anywhere, because that's not small.
Okay, well, for the staff, did you wanna increase that from 2 to 5 or leave it at
That's not
2?
that much. is
Okay.
it? I'd
Up to
leave it
5?
there.
Okay, coming down to printing, and this is for the tax bills, okay? So, last year's was at 14,955, he was budgeted 18, he's asking for 18 again.
Speaking of that,
I heard my name.
You really did, we were talking about stuff. Just now.
18 good,
18's good.
okay, travel, he's leaving at 3, is that good?
Yeah.
Postage 25, leaving it at 25. Advertising, leaving it at 20. Dues 2,500. Material and supplies 10, and uniforms, he upped that from 500 to 250.
750.
I'm sorry, 750. He
Where
upped it
is-
250 to 750.
Do you guys still have part-time help, and where is that coming out of?
Right now it's coming out of salaries, but because he actually asked for a full-time person and he's gonna keep the part-time person.
Yeah.
So he's adding,
But you have that budgeted into the salaries?
well, it was in salaries, but I guess I'll have to start a separate hourly line item,
Which one are we talking about?
tax office.
Oh, Debbie.
So add another 15,000 to that.
Isn't it funny how that works out? We cut a position and then added 1.5.
Well, she was already there.
No, not when.
Tax office,
Debbie?
She started.
404,
She started filling for that one full position.
0 salaries at the top,
She was there.
So you're saying we gotta add another.
10 or 15, what do you want to do?
Hey, we got set up for that.
She hasn't been working very much.
She's gonna pay the people directly.
Under the tax office salary? Yeah. The 10,000 do it.
15 an hour.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, let's say 10,000 to it.
Be okay with it?
That'll make it 195, 460, right?
Well, I'm gonna put a separate line item for hourly,
Oh, okay.
I think $15 an hour.
Oh, okay.
but then like the
10
social security Medicare will hit, the other line,
So we're
it'll
going
just
to add a line,
read-
10,000 hourly employee.
So that will be like 103-3. That would.
Yes,
Okay. So back up a little bit, that bill. It was introduced in the House on February 27th with the House Finance Committee. And it's sitting there now,
That's probably where it'll die.
and it's probably where it'll die.
Have you heard anything on that from the Sheriff's Association? The bill that gives the sheriffs an additional $1,000 an annual salary for every year of service you had in law enforcement?
I've not heard anymore, but I could probably make a phone call and get an update for you.
We were just curious, 'cause how many years do you have?
20.
Yes, you're looking at a $20,000 increase. That's what we rely.
You don't really want that to be.
Sir, I'd much rather keep that money.
I'm just, you got it coming, you got it coming.
Jess wants it.
Uh,
I said Jess wants it.
yeah, I would.
I got paid. When did I get paid?
Yeah, okay. I was teasing you about. You know that.
If you wanna go tell them about the security thing, might as well just do it now. Or you wanna wait? I mean,
Did you mention earlier about?
I didn't even mention. it till
Okay,
now.
well,
We're gonna get done the budget. We got 2 hours to do the entire budget.
Sorry, it's happening. It starts today, so they should.
yeah, I'm sure this is kind of a quick, fast and in a hurry, and I just want to make sure that. It's basically a contract between this,
PBS,
PBS,
public broadcasting.
yes.
System.
They have a tower down and they want security. Because there's a pile of copper and steel included in this. And I told them if they wanna, well, of course, he asked for an outside security agency, which I said, well, our off-duty deputies can work that. $75 an hour,
Are they paying?
they're paying. And it's gonna be directly from them to the deputy. And $75 an hour, and I told them there needs to be 2 checks cut. One will go to the deputy for $60 an hour and $15 an hour, come back to the county for equipment usage.
Just as an FYI, that all just elapsed within the last couple of hours.
Yeah.
He just, worked that out.
That's a no-brainer.
And it was kind of a quick, we had to hurry up and do this because I think they're asking for somebody tonight.
I heard about the tower collapse.
What was that? What tire clap?
Up by our south tower, the fire tower in Elk Garden.
Yeah.
Okay, I
It
didn't.
wasn't our tower, thank God our tower was
PBS is that one.
$3 million tower.
Yeah.
Does that cover the gas too, that $15, is that what that?
Yeah, basically.
That'll cover about everything.
Oh, yeah, you're not gonna spend $15 going up and back.
No.
Well, I just thought they're sitting there, letting the car run or whatever.
No, I'm gonna get out,
good with it. Are
they're
you?
gonna walk around that tower, they're gonna put their jacket on.
Yeah, you good with it?
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
They want to modify the tire while they're up there. Lights.
We have to make a motion for that or?
I would, I mean,
Well,
again,
I mean-
It's just kind of a deal
Make
with
a
the
motion,
sheriff.
go and do it.
Make a motion, we accept this deal for PBS for $60.
Well, it's 75, 15, I,
75, 60 for the employee and 15 for the
cause
county.
it was always that way with the state. Anytime they did a contract thing, whatever the hourly charge was, it was, well, it used to be 50, 25. 50 would go to the officer and 25 would go back to the state. For their car, that our paint was more expensive than the black paint, so.
And now, I'll second that, I approve, I second. it. So I'm used to seeing it. Okay.
These
I
things,
just wanna make sure we're not going to get any legal issues with that.
They already do it. They do it for Walmart twice a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
one place,
That's why when I asked them, they said they could do it because they do it for Walmart already.
Yeah,
do the school resource officers do that as well?
no,
No?
I don't think you have to. I think you got it. It's wrong. Yeah, I think does Walmart.
The pros could 100% do it.
Okay, I was just wondering because again, based upon the question, the liability, Dutch had a good question. Anytime you see an officer, that's, you're acting under the color of law.
Oh, yeah.
Therefore, I mean, our resource officers are certified, they're just not under civil service. But they are employed by the sheriff's department, so we will back them.
Yeah.
I wanted to open it up to those 3 as well.
Well, if you can't get enough deputies to do it, then I'd say use the ones that serve.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay,
Okay, so we just went through 404 tax office. We're gonna add $10,000 under a new line item for the hourly for the part-time help on top of the full-time added position.
Okay.
Okay, prosecuting attorney,
10,000?
well,
Hourly.
Hourly.
Well, I know, but how could they eliminate a position 9 months ago? Now we need 1.5 positions, one at $10,000.
oh, well, that's-
That's, I mean, if we can balance it, I don't care, but that's. Like, we added a position and a half in that office essentially.
what about the social security? Does that gotta go up?
oh, it'll all go up, all the,
Yeah. Yeah, all that'll go up.
I mean, does it have to go up on his papers, what I was asking?
It will, yes.
So you'll adjust that?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Where we at now, first?
Prosecuting attorney, so he kept his overtime at 350, and that's more or less grand jury. The printing, he dropped it from 4 to 2. Travel, he increased it from 2 to 3. 2,000 to 3,000, you good with that?
Yeah.
Postage, he dropped down from 8 down to 5, we're always good when they drop. Advertising dropped from 2 to 15, even though he spent 16,000 last year and 22 the 2 years prior, but he dropped it from down to 15. Education, he left at 750. Dues, he left at 5. Professional services, he left at 9,250. Material and supplies, he increased from 4,000 to 6,500. They only spent 3,200 last year. They've only spent 2,000. I think any of his additions he would spend prior to July 1st of this year. The construction's done in June and May and June.
I know he really wants to clean up his office and make it nicer, so I'm sure he probably wants to buy a little bit of furniture and some matching chairs and things like that. I don't know, I haven't talked to him, but
Well,
him and Diane are trying really hard to make that.
well, I was asked if it was gonna be kind of upgraded.
Right.
And I wouldn't buy this stuff till after it's upgraded, in case,
Right, right.
I'm saying that should hit this year. If they finish in May.
yeah, May or June, should hit.
I mean, it doesn't matter, I do think that's probably why he put that there, about now.
So he was asking for an additional 2,500 in that. Are you guys good with that? Same as a yes. And record books at 5. Okay,
Okay.
assessor's office. Printing, she left at 3. Travel, she increased up 100 from 35 to 36. Maintenance, she dropped by 100. Postage, she left at 6. Dues, she left at 1. Material and supplies, she left at 7. Record books, she increased $100 from 15 to 16. Are we okay with those? Any
But now,
questions?
there's one you missed here, down here in the, 406, 103, it went up from 158 to 171. And the,
Well, that's because that's a salary.
That's
and
a
wages.
salary.
I know, but did all of the salaries go up like that? I knew it was a salary rate wage. Yeah.
She had a half part-time and took full-time employee.
Yeah, that's what up that, what I
Yeah.
was asking, okay.
And part of that salary's coming out of, what was it?
Eval.
Eval, AVAL, assessor's evaluation. State computer network. Last year we spent 37, we're budgeting around 34, it all depends on how we get the invoices. Extension help, they left it at 8. Travel, they left at 7. Maintenance at 9. Postage at 3, you good? No, rent, she left at 18, and material and supplies, she left at 15, she didn't make any adjustments on those.
See, that's a question. Have you asked that question, the rent? Why do we pay rent for a building we have?
This rent right here, that's the copier,
Okay.
you're talking about the health department,
Yes, okay,
that's 800. Under 800, not 800.
okay,
No, this rent is actually extension office rent, office equipment rent.
okay, they're copier, okay.
Yeah. Okay, elections, so I pretty much left everything the same, the salaries obviously are gonna increase in insurance. The printing I left at 35, it doesn't, it all depends on what we get nailed with the printers. Travel, I left at 3, postage I left at 5, rent I left at 48. Advertising I did increase because the sample ballot did seem to cost more. You want me to take it down to 5,500 maybe?
Where you already cut the professional service 2,000, I'd leave it there. Then you're safe.
Just leave it at 6?
Yeah, cause you picked up
Okay.
the 2 from You dropped two in the
Yeah,
next
but I
one.
think I was trying to cut in other places, because it's an off election year.
Yeah, I know.
It's not a presidential year, the presidential years, they're just, we all know are a lot more. So I'd actually cut in a couple other different places,
Yeah, I
so
see that.
at the material and supplies, I dropped down from 30 to 25.
Yeah.
So if you don't use it, it
It
doesn't
goes
carry
right
over.
back in the pot.
Okay.
I think last year I rolled over like $90,000 back in,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. So 415 and 416, we no longer use those departments. So we're at 417. I don't know, Luke, if you have any changes you wanna make one here, but printing, it was 100, leave it at 100.
Yeah, that's for sure good.
Travel 15,
Well, that depends. I'd like to go to either the ICMA conference or the IAEM conference this year, cause I'm sure I can't go to both. IAEM, under emergency services.
well, wouldn't that be under 7-Eleven?
That would, yeah, but
Okay.
well, I mean, I don't have to go to either conference, but I figured I'd give them the price, they know which one. So IAEM would cost $1,600, and that's because I can drive there. And ICMA, it would be $2,300 to go to it, and that's because I have to fly, it's in Tampa. So I assume we don't have the money to send me to both, so I went to ICMA last year. I'd like to go to IAM
What
this
is,
year.
sorry, what's the initial stand for?
IAM is the International Association of Emergency Managers,
Okay.
and ICM is the International County Management Association. So top one is all the emergency managers in the country, and the bottom one is the county and city administrators and managers in the country.
And would one come out of 911 and the other one come out of?
Well, no, so neither of them will come out of 911. One would come out of my emergency services line, and the other would come out of the county coordinator line. So that's what ICMA's 2338 is what I came up with on that. So I would definitely need an increase if I'm able to go to it, but I figured it would be kind of a one or the other thing, because there's a lot of money to spend on conferences. Y'all are really quiet.
Depends.
I'm taking it all in.
I'm still taking it all in.
So do you wanna increase his line item? He's asking for, how much more money you're asking for?
Well, that would be. I'd probably need
To
2,900 to go to ICMA and
Actually,
do the travel I have to go.
You're talking about changing 15 to 2,900.
Well, no, it's regular travel's 15. That includes like Mineral County Day, County Commissioner Association.
So we're looking at 45.
Oh, you're gonna raise it
He wants to
completely
increase
three?
it another.
Oh,
30.
no, but registration fees are also 1,500, so that's why the registration would stay the same, and the 3,000 would cover travel.
So raise
Because
it
the
from
conference fee
15
is
to-
one of the most expensive parts.
Raise it from 15 to 3 is what you're asking.
Yes,
The
if you're
travel.
willing, but it's not like,
Well, we can put it in there. If you don't go, you don't go.
well, we can put it in, if the budget doesn't balance, it'd be one of the first things we cut. if you
Yeah,
guys are okay with
That's,
it.
that's true too. Okay, I'm gonna put that up there to 3.
Okay, postage, leaving it at 3. Training, you need to increase that too then?
No, 1,500, that paid for conference registration last year.
Okay, dues at 750,
Yes.
professional services at 17.
What's my professional services line for?
Things that, oh, Comax, Content Central,
Oh, okay. Yeah, we do use that.
The
that's what's been increased.
salary and wages, does that include Nilene's piece in there
That's
too?
half of mine and half of Irene's. Right, Lauren?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
So
then,
where's the overtime line for that?
There's no overtime for, my overtime, if I get overtime, it's from 911.
material and supplies at 1,000.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Okay, personnel, 419. Now,
this is maintenance, no,
So it used to be.
this is a mixture of, as for, well, actually, okay, as for salaries. Jimmy,
Why didn't we move Jimmy under parks too?
because he wasn't full-time parks, whereas Cody is the parks director, manager, whatever you call
So,
it.
Okay, so this is just for Jimmy.
Jimmy.
what's Jimmy,
Jimmy Keys.
Jimmy Tees.
and what does he do?
Where's Forest Park?
A little bit of everything.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
So he's an employee of the county.
Oh,
Yes, I mean, I can put him under,
Oh, it doesn't matter. His primary role is parks, but he does, like during the winter, there's not a whole lot to do in parks and Recs and all this stuff, so it doesn't matter.
Jimmy's entertainer.
Okay, he is entertainment. Always got one of those.
Okay.
so under 419, we do usually put money under travel and training, and kind of like the training we're having tomorrow. We've had other speakers come before, and sometimes they'll just call up, ask us for, small minimal fee. So we usually leave money in there, so we left $200 from travel. You think that's okay?
Yeah. We
Okay.
haven't used much.
For train, we haven't used much of these, of course, but support doesn't charge us, so.
Well, like that one year though, I got Wendy to do department head training, so that's, yeah.
Okay, personnel, professional services, we just around shy of the 20,000 each year, so leave that at 20,000. Insurance and bonds, this is our workers' comp, liability insurance. Do you know of any increase in that, or do you think the 300,000 ought to cover us with that?
They haven't, I sent all the renewal stuff and they said they'd give it to us in plenty of time for budget.
We're at 284 last year, so.
Hopefully what
Should
they
be
need
under
for,
3,
there's not any intention to raise the cost.
so we should be okay at 3.
Are you on that board now, Dutch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that, next one down to 10,000, that's our deductible, that's usually why we put 10,000 in there.
Okay.
American Systems, we're done that court case, we don't have anything there. Bank charges, this is one of those line items, we have to just, put something in there. Personnel, other charges, so there's occasionally we get hit, with fees. Let's say, PEIA charges us $500 at the beginning of the year to process our employees, or the HRA hits us with a $5 fee, and we usually hit that, or consolidated, retirement late fees or kind of thing.
Okay.
So that's what that $2,000 is there. And we, as you can see, we really haven't used personnel materials, but we had $100 there. And this is one of those 419, 424, 425, they're solely under the direction of the commission. So if the money's there, then it's, it does not spend, it goes right back to county, general county. Okay. Anything there? Moving along. Okay, 424, this would be, Washington, Shoemaker, Seville, Coleman. So we do have $10,000 under extra help. That's been used when we've actually called somebody in to help, where it went actually on the payroll.
The courthouse salary and wages went down approximately 2,000. Wow.
That's our, people are paid less, we don't
Yeah.
have experience.
Huh?
Like
Less than
Chris
the
left.
previous year.
Yeah, there's just people who are making less. Under extra help, we are not gonna be able to get summer help this year. That program is apparently in dire straits for funding. So I talked to Bridget last week or the week before. She said if we're able to get anybody, they're only able to pay them $8.75 an hour. And it's half of the hours of last year. So the reality is we're not gonna get anybody on the program. I don't know that there's like a desperate need for summer help. I mean, there's some things I'd love to have summer help to do. But I think especially with Doug helping out now, we're in a pretty good position, but, I'd love if that 10,000 stayed there, and then if we do during the summer, like we've got Carson and Joey both on the payroll, if we need somebody extra to come help us for a couple hours, that kind of thing, but that's.
I'm thinking there's gonna be like some stuff around, like. When we get the landscaping and the plaza area done, all that's probably gonna be taking place, after
Yeah,
the new fiscal year.
Yeah, and I think we'll need extra help. I don't think we'll need 40 hours a week of extra help like we've had in the past. It has been really, really nice to have the high school kids, and I think it's been a really good experience for them. But it's not going to fun, so that's.
Has Alan verified that we have gotten all of our reimbursements for
I'd have to
that?
check with her.
If you would, because I'm not seeing anything, I don't have the invoice to match it to.
Okay, I'll check.
Okay, so we had 10,000 in extra help, but then we also had 2,000 in overtime. Should something happen that we need the overtime.
We
it's
should
there.
have charged that line for painting and stuff, because that's how we paid Doug.
But I think it hit home confined, it hit it hit community corrections, his line item.
Oh,
So we'll have to journal entry it.
okay.
Yeah. Didn't think about that.
Yeah, Doug and Chris both should have some pay out of that.
So courthouse utilities, I hope it doesn't increase like all of our other buildings, once they
I'm
get
sure it
done this
will.
energy efficiency stuff. But last year we were at 29, year before that we were at 28. We're gonna be roughly around 29, if 30 this year. You think 30 is gonna be enough? Think we should take 35?
Is this just for the courthouse?
Just courthouse.
Additional there?
Yeah. I definitely cross 35. The annex is gonna be where we're gonna see a huge
Yeah.
increase.
I think we need to change it to 35.
35 or 40?
Let's try 35.
35.
You, is it all on the same meter, the whole building, or is the
No,
addition
there's
separate
separate.
For what?
for the courthouse? The courthouse and then the addition that you,
Oh.
where the elevator is, that's
It's all metered together.
1 meter,
Now, the
Oh, yeah,
annex
here
is-
too, so
yeah.
Maybe
It might be 40.
probably 40.
It's up to you all. I have no idea.
We'll see if the
Change
numbers
it to
work.
40.
If the numbers don't work, we can bring it back down, but
You want up back to 40? Aaron?
I think that little addition's gonna cause them heating that cord of the stairwell. and all
Okay,
that.
let's move on.
Maintenance, so leaving it, I guess, around 10. Spent 35 so far last year. Auto maintenance, that's for like, the Jeep and Expedition you got, whatever little things, leaving that at 500. Rent. I think that was actually renting a piece of equipment, from Bulge.
Okay.
So we just leave about $100 in there. Professional services, we spent 85 last year, we've already spent 33 this year, we're budgeted 60. This could be Royal Air, the sewage, the cameras down the sewer lines, DMV, and
We're upgrading all that stuff, so it ought to be,
I think it should be.
I think we should take it down.
Leave it at 60 then.
I'd leave it there for us.
leave it there for now.
I know we just paid for Royal Air to do the maintenance on those units. Like when I was in the back and we were moving all that, I thought at one point and I shut all the units off. Because all that dust was just sucking right back up in there. So after that gets done, we probably need them to come back and clean the units again. Cause like, I shut them off completely and covered them when I was spray painting, but I just thinking of all that stuff that gets sucked in them things. Courthouse material supplies, a lot of that is maybe cleaning supplies,
Paper.
no, paper has its own line item.
But where you at on this?
Paper's data, core 28.
Okay, what about like toilet paper, paper towels?
Yes,
Because we take all of the paper towels, so all of that stuff for the whole county comes out of this line. So it's not just for the courthouse, we buy it all out of this line.
yeah, cleaning supplies, mops, buckets, toilet seats,
That comes out of this materials.
just all those materials.
911 comes out of this. It's just-
Everybody's comes out of it. We just buy it all out of one line on one account and just distribute it as needed. We don't do like individual accounting.
The paper towel holders and all that kind of stuff, so. And again, we had a lot of initial costs, so hopefully, 15, maybe you just wanna leave it at 15 or up to 20? Maybe up to 20, I'd say probably 20.
Okay,
Auto fuel, leaving that around 750.
Yeah.
Lawn mowers and such. That finishes 425 then. 426, it says judicial annex, but it's actually, it should say other buildings, okay? So it just means it's not the courthouse, it's not the commission annex, it's not the jail, it's just other buildings. So this is the Brinkman, just different buildings. The phones, why do I even have a phone? What?
Oh, we paid 5,200 so far this year.
Is that for their fax machines? They've got 3 fax lines over there, plus.
I don't know, why do we have, why is 5266 equal on both annex phone and annex utilities?
I think I had it in, did I add an extra line? So it looks like judicial. Okay, 1,100, okay, that is Frontier, that's a new line item. That's the Frontier and the Comcast for the annex. So I guess it's for the upstairs, but why would that be separate?
Maybe you all created a line, cause it's, I mean, it's gonna power the whole campus, but it's.
But we're already paying Frontier and Comcast under,
Yeah, they had it canceled, yeah, we had to transfer service. That's what Chris was trying to get it configured so we could cancel the Frontier.
but it
All-
looks like Frontier is gonna be 665 and Comcast is gonna be about 370.
Yeah, and the ones in the courthouse will go away.
So that was under 424. 424, was it under part of utilities?
I have no idea.
If it's internet, it goes under utilities. If it's phone line, it goes under phone. But
And which building are you saying? It's under other buildings, but what building is under?
this right currently, this particular invoice I'm looking at is actually for the annex that we're in.
Okay.
So
Just
that was a recently installed line item, so that's why it doesn't have a history.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, recently installed.
Yeah. So I'm gonna guess maybe 1,100? I mean 11,000?
11,000. Then you wanna have 11,000 for utilities as well?
Well, that
That building's utilities gonna skyrocket.
That is gonna be electric, water, gas.
Okay.
The question is whether we had it under 424 before. So the 424 might actually decrease, but if we leave it in 424, it's just make it a cushion.
I think the utilities for the other buildings needs to be needs to increase. I mean, we've had 8,000 square feet to the annex, literally doubled it in size. 2.25 times probably.
Oh yeah, we've already spent 11,881 this year. So we're going to at least have to be 24. I say probably 25.
And the utilities?
We've already spent 11,881.
And you've only been in there 2 months. So that's 6,000.
Change it to
25. And that's judicial annex utilities, it went from 11,000 to 25,000. Now, probation, that's the blue house. It's not gonna be tore down until probably fall or.
My guess is September, October.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and leave that 3,000 there for their utilities. The Smith building, we already tore it down, it's no longer there. The sheriff, building, last year they spent 1,100, but this year they've only spent 450, so we can probably leave that at 1,000. The Brinkman building, the judge has been in and judge has been out, the judge is in, so, he's gonna be getting out probably in June-ish, correct? So we could leave that there for now, and then
There's that building there.
It's the white building by the annex where Petty Pancake is.
Yeah. The Brinkman,
Okay.
Realtor.
now we just went through those utilities for those buildings, now we're going through maintenance for those buildings. So Judicial Annex Building Maintenance. Now, this says Judicial Annex, but again, that is now just the annex. We need to refer to that as other buildings. The 425. So. Really enough, it doesn't show. But I know.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
I know, we spent a lot of money on that.
Most of what we do is out of professional services, though. Like,
That's true,
what I
that's what I was
would
looking at,
go
yeah.
right there and stuff.
Professional services got slammed, so we'll leave that at 1,000. You know, we have 500 in probation maintenance, we got 500 in circuit judge maintenance, and the rent, we haven't had to pay any rent since we paid off Mr. Barr. So, professional services, yeah. That's a big one.
It should not, because there's been so much stuff that has come out of there. Did the access control invoice come out of there? Because it was $40,000 in its own. Now it was,
No, that hit law enforcement.
oh,
Because that's what part of my question I was asking about, it hit law enforcement and it came out of his budget. The 12,000 for the 22 phones installed for Advantage, Montum's hits 5,000 a month. A lot of the phone Advantage and P3 all come out of that. That's over 68,000. So we budgeted 150,000, we spent 160 last year, we've already spent 88 this year.
now, next year, because everything that's not part of the project has come out of that, like. So after this year, that should in theory go down, like, we're not moving phone systems, we're not moving a PRI, we're not installing new services. I would think. Even
I would think if he goes
$100,000 would be an extremely high
Yeah.
number, like, I think you could probably do 50,000 and still have plenty.
Our previous years, a 50 would have covered it.
Yeah,
We wanna cut that from
do you wanna do 75, just
5,
in case?
yeah,
some
that's what I was
expenses
thinking,
carry over?
75. Exactly what I was thinking. Scary. Judicial Annex Materials. This was some of the doors, the commodes, the kitchen sink for magistrate. A lot of the supplies the painting supplies came out of this. So again, this is one of those places, there was a lot of materials, you know, while that was being taken place, but again, that should decrease July 1.
Well, now with that being said, though, we had talked that after the project was over, we would look at new carpet and paint and doors and magistrate. And we communicated that to them.
And we've already spent 31,000 out of it this year.
We have done a lot of work on that stuff, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think. Carpet will probably be 4, paint if our guys do it, talking about $1,000 in paint and then.
We had
Your
17
doors.
budgeted last year and then it's on 50, now it's 7.
Do they need to be soundproofed? No.
Right now, they have hollow core like doors on 1950s houses, bedrooms.
As unhappy as they are, we probably should make it 10,000 just in case.
10,000.
What did we go with on the professional services?
75,000.
And what did we go with on utilities?
But our regular cost was usually about 3 or 4, so that's only leaving 6 to do the improvements. Maybe we should do it at 15.
Well, I guess it depends. If we do a capital improvement line, will you guys plan to take it out of the capital improvement line or out of materials?
What will we do for Krista's office, or that kitchenette area, where will we take that out of?
Well, that's up to you all. We could take it out of courthouse materials.
Well, that's
or
gonna
we
hit
could
this
take it out-
year, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if we'll get it done before June 1st,
I doubt it, because they
Or
will.
July first,
July
It shouldn't be
1st.
done before they move in.
you would think.
I told her I didn't think it was gonna, I told her I didn't know we would get to it before they moved in.
That just makes sense before they put everything in place, but
Yeah,
Well, in this room, they're not gonna do anything in, so it's. And it doesn't seem, it would seem to be more efficient to do it ourselves and get another contractor to do it after that everything else is done. As opposed to get Fairchance to do it and we get the price.
And I don't really think. I definitely think that's something we can do on our own, like, I don't think we get a contract, it's pretty simple. Unless you plan on replacing all that paneling and stuff, I was not joking when you all were talking about patching and paneling and paint. That's what I was saying,
Project, you're talking about.
are we gonna do some of that under capital projects, cause I'd like to have capital
We
projects
could
on.
budget more stuff there then.
Right.
We're saying, yeah, she wants stuff like that. Get her employees come to training.
That's how you mandate it, if you want a new kitchen. Is that, I thought we put $100,000 in that last year. Did we only put 29,000?
That was Nelson's Concrete. That was other buildings, okay, other buildings, capital outlay, 425. That was just to cover Nelson's Concrete. And the blacktop ramp, is that gonna be permanent or?
No,
actually gonna
no,
pull?
no.
Okay.
There's an island that a peninsula that gets put in on the end of the parking lot with a crosswalk. And there's going to be a ramp in the peninsula. So that is absolutely temporary. People couldn't get into the building, so.
Yeah, it would have been helpful when we were pushing things up.
Yeah, well.
I think they would have sunk into the asphalt.
Some of that stuff.
Some of the way.
So we did the 29 to cover the concrete last year. I don't even know if we, you wanna put it there, if we wanna put it in our 900 project.
I think 900 is where we should put it.
Okay. Okay, data processing, this is, your telephones, your internet, global, Comcast, all that kind of stuff, so telephones, which, that doesn't seem like that's enough. We spent 13.
Yeah, that should be enough. The Comcast
Yeah.
bill is what,
Yeah.
600 a month times 12? So
Yeah.
then-
So 20,000 is gonna stay there, data processing, been about 22, we left that at 45, we spent 45 last year, do you think that needs to, is that good?
What is data processing maintenance?
That is global, software systems, Avenue, Landis, Rent. Landis.
Lodges, Landis. Yeah, everybody else's comes out of individual budgets.
Extension office, prosecutor, tax office, they all come out of that for data processing.
What is in mine?
I think that yours was the, started out with Comax with Content Central. And then you got the Comax copier. And then it was coded.
And that just.
Coded. It was coded, not doded.
Okay.
Yeah, because we got the serial numbers and the line items.
What's that then?
Rent. Now that is. That would be the actual copiers. Yeah, Delane. And my Xerox. And Comax.
And what is data processing materials? That's a lot of money.
That is the paper. And no, paper should not be, paper.
We spent a lot of money on paper, we will not be spending $50,000 on paper. Well, I don't know, Barney used about 20 boxes a week.
We use a lot.
Yeah, you burned it, but he's not gonna order it.
If citizens want to come in and photocopy from your like deeds and stuff, is there a charge for that?
$1.50 the first 2 pages, $1 each additional for each document. That's set by code.
That's by code.
Yeah, and then it goes back into general county and it goes towards the record,
Yes,
preserving the records.
Okay,
yes.
I just thought it was free.
You know, I can't even make a copy in their office, because everybody has to use a code. So that people can't follow.
Yes.
The code, I have a code for the like online system. It works in the copiers too? Oh, well, look at that.
Well,
Cindy does a great job.
I
making
would have
copies for me.
put you in the copier. I have to check, to make sure you're still in there.
Well, I'm not complaining. I was just saying, like, you have to have a good copier, yeah.
Yeah, every attorney has a code.
Yeah.
So they come in and they can make the code and then a copy and then I bill them. Well, back last October, half the codes just disappeared. But I didn't know whose was gone until they came in and goes, my number's not working. So, but yeah, I mean, this month's copy bills was $4. So, case, that's online. I mean, they can purchase them online. You know what? This is really weird because I only see one invoice for paper and, which doesn't make sense because I know that should be paper at 428.
Is it because, so I buy paper when I buy everything and it's all in the same invoice. Do you think she's just coded up?
No, it's in the description. It has to be in the description.
428, what, 428, 23? No.
341.
341, okay.
Doesn't make sense. I'm gonna have to look into that.
50,000.
But yeah, so we're gonna just leave that at 12 and professional services at 20.
And then what else does material, what else comes out of that material, so the paper?
Well, that's the trash can liners and, as weird as it is, I'm not sure why. There's a November invoice for paper. There's a November invoice for trash bags. And a January invoice for toilet paper, and that's the only thing out of that line item.
Why would we take toilet paper and trash bags out?
That's not right, that's. It must be, is it 419? Maybe it's supposed to be 419. That would make more sense.
I need to buy a new computer. Can I buy a computer out of your processing materials?
Data processing is.
I think Roger needs a iPad, please you buy for him.
I don't want none.
I didn't even get the new administrative system. and new computer.
The one that's in there won't work.
It does, but it's 7 years old, it's really slow. It was struggling with that this year. No, she just bought new ones.
I am at a loss, I do not know, it doesn't make sense. I'm not seeing paper invoices except for that one. Remember at the beginning of the year, you bought like all that,
In February. I did that in February of last year.
Where do you store it?
911 in that climate controlled shed that we have.
Just the sheriff's building climate control.
It is not, and it's not insulated either.
It was mold pretty quickly.
now regional council dues, I called because I hadn't seen anything on that. Figures for us until the end of the month. So I guess we could leave it at the 19,693 is what it was last year, and the year before, so we'll just leave that at
I think it's
19,693.
gonna increase.
Where we
right
at now?
now.
I don't know, 429 regional council dues.
Have you all talked about that increasing or how do they do the
Okay.
calculation?
Is that reaching?
They haven't, I don't think, we got a meeting coming up this week, next week. I don't think anything's been said about it already. I don't think, I can't remember it anymore.
I'm sure because not many people have more than $100.
Well, that's what it's been the past 2 years, it's based on census totals, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
The Development Authority. So last year's, we had to increase it because we're giving it as it's given. Do we know we don't know what this year's is gonna be.
The
Is that
resolution we did this year should be, is
31,818,
that what it was?
I think. That's the figure I'm getting there.
Year 24. Okay, so for fiscal year 25. But we already. paid out for that,
41.5.
didn't we?
41.5 for local matches for fiscal year 2020, 21, 25.
41,500.
Okay, so 41.5,
Is that for, 432?
432, and, the Development Authority
And how much is it?
41.5.
41,500.
They leave airport at 30. County,
What's that go for?
Airport Authority.
yeah, it's the county's contribution towards the airport, which I'm pretty sure Maryland gives.
So there's an agreement where, actually, and I talked to Gary about this and I got shot down real quick. There's an agreement that Allegheny, or that Maryland and West Virginia will cover half of the operating costs of the airport. So somehow they come up with the $230,000 from each one to cover the operating costs. Of course, like everything else, the operating costs went up. So they were gonna talk to Maryland about trying to increase how much they were giving, and I talked to Gary about possibly trying to raise it. And he said last year they tried to end it completely. State not give any money to the airport. State gives $200,000, we give 30. On the books, it looks like Allegheny County gives $230,000, but they get reimbursed from the state. So they do a little different, where we show the state actually putting in 200, county puts in 30, and then Allegheny County puts in 230,000. So I tried to get it come up a little bit. But like I said, the agreement says it would cover half the operating costs, and it's obviously
What does the county get from this?
from the airport.
Yeah.
Or you have an airport in our county, and we have equal control with Allegheny and Maryland over the airport. And
The same number of seats, right, on the board,
what's that?
the same number of seats. on
Yeah,
the
same number of seats on the board, and that kind of thing.
It would be nice if their airport manager would come now and talk about. Actually, that'd be good for them, because I don't know that anyone knows that anything happens at the airport.
I think
It'd be really nice if they came
the
and
class
asked.
that came and asked for money for that.
Do we get tax money from like airplanes being parked there, like, is there?
Not that I know.
Not that I know of.
There was something about that a couple years ago, and I can't remember. Joe would be familiar with that.
I'll have to check on that.
The only thing I
Does
would
the
be able to think
airport
about,
pay taxes? No.
I would think the only thing that would possibly be taxed is if an airplane is sitting in a hangar and that's considered to be its.
If it's sat there all the time, it would be taxed, you would think, as a personal property type
There
tax.
is, I think, we probably get with Joe on that.
Uh,
I think there is, because I think there was conversation about that a couple years ago. I remember that taking place. Of course, everybody could just jump in their plane on the 30th and move them out before July 1st.
That's a big business, and those are the.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Don't hear much about it.
you have like ABL and stuff used at that airport.
Okay.
River Five.
And there actually is a company that has a airplane there. They use the airport because they're gonna have to move out while some of the runways being worked on, because they won't be able to land their plane, the
I went to
runway.
aviation school, when he came and did that presentation.
Well, I don't know what's gonna happen with that.
I have, I used to fly into it when I come off mission trip, out of Pittsburgh now, little charter flights, but. There hasn't been any of that for a while.
A long time.
Long
I was hoping the school, hoping there'd be a flight school from Marshall University in there and a mechanic school. But I don't know if that's gonna work out or not.
Oh, that's not like
That's
continuing
fine.
to. Didn't they just sign new MOUs again?
What was that?
Thought they just signed agreements or something on that again.
I haven't heard anything lately.
Are we leaving that at 30,000?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, county planner stuff, same with telephone, printing, travel, he has had an increase in travel. So we're leaving that at 5. Postage, looks like 2 will be sufficient. And then AJ said the 5,000 for contribution, I believe he said it was to say the same. Federal grants, was that wasn't your LWCF, was it?
It was
150.
definitely a federal grant.
Huh?
It was definitely a federal grant.
Okay, so that's what the 150 was, that was the LWCF.
Yeah.
But anything we budget here, we budget in our revenue, so I think we usually put 40 on. The revenue side, so we need at least, but do we have any upcoming federal projects you can think of that we need to budget for?
I mean, JAG is a state pass through, do you put that under
Well, it's
federal?
under the salaries though, and then we get a reimbursement for that. Cause we normally, if we budget 40,000 in federal revenue, then we budget 40,000 in expenditures. We could just put 40,000 there.
EMPG, we'll probably get that check in the next fiscal year, but it's gonna be around 40, so.
Again, that's a salary, that's a reimbursement for the salaries though, stuff,
Oh, yeah, I don't.
for a
know.
purchase, but we don't have a purchase coming out.
Oh, no, no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, same with state, so if we put 5 on the revenue side, then we put 5 on the expenditure side,
Now, you putting any up in the federal?
put 40,
Where at? What line?
federal equipment.
Sorry, back to planning, isn't that where, that's Bill's,
Bill, shop,
Yeah.
so where does his rent come out of? For us renting that,
we don't actually have a rent for him, it's under 800 for health department
okay,
for,
Expenses.
Yeah, so
okay,
we do that $5,000 contribution. Did AJ explain that when he was here? We do
he
that
briefly
5,000.
went over for him.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. That contribution just to help pay for the administrative support of some public department staff provides. Yeah, I don't think we pay rent for Phil's space. Right? There's no rent
Well,
for Phil's space. The only rent is
Right.
for extension service.
extension. So, like I said, federal, we had 40 on revenues, so we're gonna put 40 on expenditure. For state under revenue, we had 10, so we'll do 5 under professional services and then change that 15 to a 5 for state grant. At this point, we really don't have anything planned either, but we make them,
Courthouse facility improvement project. It runs calendar year.
okay,
And our
so
reimbursements will be in the next fiscal year. It was like 70.
what are we purchasing?
No, it's the Judge's Suite. So it's a contract and professional service.
Okay, is that under state then?
It's a state grant, yeah.
So do you want to up that to 70 then, but then we'll have to up our revenues too?
Yeah, I mean, cause I'm not that ready to reimburse.
Okay, so state grant, you're saying that should actually be what, 70, 72?
Maybe we should just leave it alone and do it, cause I'm not sure how much I will be reimbursed this year. Now that I'm thinking about it, the majority of that work should be done this year.
Before July 1st,
Maybe just leave it and we can.
okay. We can always do budget revisions if we think that it's gonna happen past that. Okay, 448, that's this building down here. We got the phone, left it at 24. Utilities,
Does phone really mean internet?
yes.
Okay.
Utilities, 45, it looks like, for half, the rent, that would be the max.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Professional services, the reason that was much last year, that was the, I think the roof work, wasn't it? Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
or the blacktop, or the parking lot,
Both.
yeah. So dropped that down from 11,000 to 2. And then supplies 1,000,
What was it the year before, 23?
that was the roof and the parking lot repairs. Farmland stays at 22,16, that's a set salary agreed by the Farmland Preservation. This 460, county clerk operations, that's based on revenues I get in, for county clerk, it's a separate line item, and then it carries over. So it was 22 last year, but I have spent money out of it, and then my new revenue's in, so I dropped that from 22 to 3, okay? And it's it'll hit a decrease, so when I do the budget, I'll do an explanation for the auditor that shows that why it's such a decrease in that. Okay, transfer from other funds, this is our loan payment. Our loan payment, you said, I think previously was like 310 or 330. So that's where we budget for our loan payment. Not that this is a loan payment, we have to transfer from general county to the building commission, and then the building commission makes the payment.
Right.
So that's why it shows transfers to other funds, but it's actually the loan payment.
Is that just a one-time transfer, or is that
No, we do it every month.
every month?
Yes, sir.
Every month, we transfer money in from this account to building commission and then cut a check from building commission to the loan payment. So why not
Yes, I
that?
can do that.
Contingency, we usually leave just at,
Okay, yep, I can do that.
10,000.
Alright.
While he's looking at the loan payment, we'll go ahead and go down through law enforcement.
Okay, sounds good.
So you guys were going with,
$25,060 a month. Is the debt service.
wait, what was it?
$25,060 a month, so $300,720 is the max. $300,720.
That's the payment?
Yeah, the annual payment, yeah.
300720.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know why I had 33 then, so we can knock 30,000 off of that. Should make it 30,000 or
301,000?
301. Law enforcement, is budgeted 106,000 last year. You guys in their discussion here went with 150 for overtime, another 10 for K-9 training, 71 for holiday, and 13,500 for events, along with the $57,000 for hourly.
Well, these are all the ones we added.
$150,000. That's a lot of money for overtime. I think that needs to be moved back a little bit,
We're doing a separate line item though for holiday, right?
yes.
Yeah, so actually hourly was increased from 42 to 57.6 because you gave him another hourly position for the secretary, law enforcement secretary. Law enforcement, he was requesting, I guess, 150. Did you want to drop it, leave it, what?
I'd like to see it drop, because thing of it is, that's approximately $220,000 there with the overtime and holidays. That's a lot of money.
What do you want it as?
What do you guys think we're expect that back to? I've talked to a lot of other counties. I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of them's around $100,000. That's equivalent to ours.
So currently we're at, 106,000, is that
Oh, no, currently, we,
302?
We had 153 at half the year.
Yeah, it's so uncalled for.
And you split everything out.
right. Somebody needs to say something. How much overtime?
I'd say 100,000. Wouldn't that be, that's a lot of money.
K-9 training,
Just have to leave that to see.
holiday's what holiday is. They're projecting
Yeah.
that's what it's gonna be. And then events, that was Camp Minko, Apple Harvest.
Burn.
So you're good with that then? And
Good with
the,
100 or are we
That's
staying?
13,500 for the law enforcement events. Is that where you're at, law enforcement events? That's 13,500. That takes in Burlington, Camp Mingo.
and they get reimbursed for Camp Minko.
They get reimbursed for Camp Mingo, and then usually Burlington costs them right around 5,000 a month. Event to fall.
And then you're okay with increasing the hourly also for the other third part-time person?
Yeah.
So the holiday, what is it likely that the governor could say this is a holiday? Should we increase it to 75?
I think that this governor said he wasn't doing that. Where did I see that?
Yeah.
Did we talk about that at one of our
Not like,
conferences?
last year was a
Just a
campaign year.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay,
Maybe I just made that up, but definitely had a discussion with somebody. The governor or he said these holidays weren't happening.
I heard that rumor also.
So law enforcement telephone, it was budgeted 28 last year. He's already, a half year was about that half, so you'll leave it at 28. Printing at 100. Utilities, it doesn't have previous history because utilities used to be under 702 detention center. Remember, we moved
Yeah.
detention center utility over, that's why it doesn't have a history. But the 17,000 is not anywhere near where it needs to be.
Well, Cindy was working on those bills for me, but I just talked to her about them last week.
Well, that doesn't seem right. It even says half a year is 5,800. And every one of those bills have been over $2,000, so I don't know how we rate.
Travel and utilities the same, that can't be right. Oh, I copied and pasted again. Yeah, I copied and pasted it, added that line. I don't want it.
Okay,
So what, you're gonna leave the utilities 31,000?
and see how much we've spent so far.
25. You probably need 30 for electric,
Oh, easily,
and
with that, until they get that unit figured out.
well, I'm thinking when I get the bills, what we're gonna see is the gas usage has gone down substantially. And what used to be-
25,126 is what's been spent so far this year. Just-
So that'd be until end of February.
How much, 20 what?
25,000.
So that gives you.
And that's electric.
That's close to $3,000 a month.
Yeah.
The 31 probably not gonna cut it.
Well, let's go to 40.
Cause they've been in that building this whole fiscal year.
Because then you have gas, water, and electric. Travel, previously last year was 10, he's asking for 12
How much did you raise the utilities?
to 40,000.
40?
That water, 12 water would be good for that, shouldn't
Okay.
it? So,
Law enforcement auto maintenance, he increased that from 30 to 35. You wanna go to 35?
I wonder why that's so much for maintenance. They got new cars.
More vehicles, more maintenance. You still got rotors, you still got oil changes, you still have,
Yeah, just leave 35.
he kept the 10,000 for the claims and we put a separate line item just so we can monitor. The reimbursements and the expenditures for claims, deer strikes and so forth. Postage is leaving that at 300. Advertising, they really haven't spent much of that in the past couple years, leave that at 100. Training, he upped it from 12,000 to 15,000. Your thoughts, you wanna go up to 15,000?
Why does he need more in training than what he has in travel? Don't they have to travel to all training? Like,
Well-
wouldn't you think the training would be cheaper than the travel to get to the training?
Depends on. I do know they wanna try and do more training in-house.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not even saying it's an outrageous number, I just didn't know like why travel would be 12 and training would be 15, like class costs
Yeah.
should be more than.
I was
You wanna leave it at
wondering.
12? You wanna leave it at what it was, or do you wanna increase it?
We could increase it to 15,000 like he's asking for and then just wait and see what we come up with.
Say, you guys good with that? Take it to the 15? The increase of $3,000.
Yeah, I guess.
So what I'm hearing is travel and training are two separate.
So training would be like the cost of the class, travel would be your hotel room for the, no fuel for law enforcement. Because they use the cruisers, but.
Okay, professional services, he went from 31,100 to 35,000. That's gonna be your psychological exams, your lie detector exams, your professional services also, if they have Royal Air come fix something. Are you good with 35?
Yeah,
How much do they pay for the Cooper contract?
He actually just got that contract. I think that might be a reason for this increase too. I was right there when you talked to him. And I don't remember.
Does he have a maintenance contract for them, the same way we have one with Global?
He didn't, but he's getting one drawn up. He may have it now, but at the time he didn't have one, but that was the discussion that was taking place to actually have a contract.
Okay.
Material and supplies, I mean, this is a lot of different things. These are also, it could actually be things the law enforcement officers need equipment wise. It could be batteries, flashlights, there's a.
guns and stuff come out of that too.
That would, yeah,
Why twenty,
yes, actually they could.
why 2024, 134,000? Is that just a typo?
No.
That wasn't Taser either, cause they.
No, they're just now doing the tasers. What's the body cams? They're just not doing the body cams. Was it vests? Was a big chunk of that?
Or was it the cameras?
I'm thinking the cameras at the order, what I'm thinking.
No, that
Outside
wasn't
cameras or
23,
body cams?
24.
The body cams are just now
They just ordered a body cam.
Yeah.
There's something about cameras that I
in-car cameras.
think that's what it was.
And they just replaced those too. That's what Roger's doing right now. They got body worn cameras.
Yeah,
and
but they was-
we just bought.
Yeah, but that would have
Were
been,
they
Well,
purchased in June?
I
They
don't
say
know when it was
purchased in
purchased,
June.
but I.
Oh, and that's the other thing, okay. That would have been a lot of the stuff they had in preparing for the move, because then they moved July 1st.
All of their furniture,
Yeah,
all of that came
Yeah,
out of there.
yeah.
That's why that's so much.
yeah. Took all of our brains to think it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what that is, all their furniture.
Sorry for hurting. We're good, leaving that alone.
At least we eventually get around to what it was, but yes, I mean, it's. So he was asking for 48.6, you already spent 30. You guys good with that?
Yep, yeah.
Fuel, he was asking for the same amount, 85.
No electric cars.
And uniforms, he's asking for 12 there.
We already can't afford the utilities.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know that's the most painful, we gotta move a little faster through the rest of them here. Okay, civil process server, he's pretty much keeping all of it the same except, uniforms, I believe. So it's leaving it at 750, postage at 100, material and supplies at 100, auto at 3, but he did increase uniforms from 2 to 4. We go with that?
Yeah.
Okay, 702, we no longer use, we put all of that under law enforcement. Regional jail. Been nice and running a little bit better. We leave that 500 there if you wanna knock it down,
No, I
but
think that's pretty,
it's,
that's a
it's a
cushion,
good place to keep it.
that's a good
Good place
cushion.
to keep it.
Yeah,
We usually do medical expenses, we leave at 500, so we have the line item set up and if we need it. And then transports, we usually give that 20, because we never know, it's kind of a spontaneous thing if we have to go and pick up the transports. Okay, 7-Eleven, this is OEM, so this is Luke, nothing under the hourly, you haven't used that.
Luke and Eileen.
Right. So telephone, you wanna leave that at 45?
Yeah, I haven't looked at any of mine, I haven't got mine, so.
Okay, printing at 3,
Yeah, cause I'll order stuff.
travel. So you wanted that increase for your,
I'd like to go to the IEM conference and it's 1,600.
is that all out of travel or training? Some of it, how much of an increase? You were budgeted 2,000, do you,
I don't have a training line under emergency services, do I?
okay,
Yeah. Oh, no, it's travel, sorry.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the whole 16 would have to go one there. For 36, cause this isn't just my travel, like Eileen and Rachel travel out of that too.
so you're requesting 30, instead of 2, you're requesting 36.
Yeah. But again, if revenues don't line up, these are some of the first things we do.
okay, building and grounds, last year was, over 1,000, so 1,200,
Yeah, that's fine, that's just from that.
maintenance at 100.
Yeah, cause I always pay there and stuff like that.
Auto at 15,
Yeah, I think that's a good number.
postage 150.
Yeah.
Rent 2,000.
That's my copier, right?
Yeah, 'cause previous years you were at 19, so 2,000 should cover that.
I think my copier's only $85 a month though.
A half year it was 889.
Okay, we'll just, yeah. we'll just-
Dues 370.
Yeah,
Wait, last year's dues was 924. And then 2 years ago it was over 2,000.
I bet that. In 23-24, I went to Michigan. I bet that the conference registration came out of there.
Okay, yeah, because the only fees out there so far was your CEM, AEM 5-year research. That was your 280 that you paid this year.
Okay, and then I pay my IAM dues at the end of the year. Can we just do 400, just round it off? That should be fine.
You guys okay with that?
Yeah, 370 to 4.
Yes. Professional services, around 7.
That is my Everbridge, right? I think that's what that is. For the the countywide mass notification system. So yeah, 7.
Facebook.
Facebook's come out of professional services?
Wait a minute, 0, let me see. Oh, yeah,
Should get on that a little bit, couldn't I?
your mass notification system setup. Your mass notification system setup was out of that? Oh, that's only $2. No, that was, how often do you pay that?
Once a year, and it's like,
Okay, so it hasn't hit yet then.
it just comes in the summer, but the 7,000, that's what it covers. 'cause
Okay, so that's
what
why, so that's your 7,000.
Mhm.
Okay, material and supplies at 1,000.
Yeah, that's fine.
Emergency auto 2,500.
Oh, is that my fuel, I guess?
Yes,
And all of the fuel for my truck and the Traverse.
and Allen's. Yeah, you and Allen. So far, you've spent 1,200.
25 should do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, uniforms 5.
Yeah, I would definitely like to leave it there.
Okay, since I'm not hearing any comments from you guys, I think you're going along with it unless you speak up.
I'm good.
But still awake?
Keep on trucking.
Okay, fire school's been 5, well, it's varied, but 5 in the past. Did you want to leave it at 5?
Has anyone come to ask for that or talk about that or? what they-
So, well. Okay, I told after the fact I should have called Steve Shipley, but then I don't know if I left a message or tried to call, I don't know where I was with that, so.
Well,
No, I did talk to him, I did, okay. And I said, it's pretty bad when you can't remember your own conversation you had. I said it probably would be at 5, if I heard of him cutting anything, I would let him know, but he was okay as long as it kept the same.
What are they doing with it?
They're working on stuff, but they're.
That's. That's kind of what it's been for a while.
Well, if that's all he asked for, I'd say it's good.
I know, but I don't know that it's being spent or being used for anything. Do we just cut that check to them or is it reimbursement?
We cut the check to the firefighter association.
Have you heard any expenditures in any of the firefighter association meetings you've been in? Dutch?
I haven't been to one for a little bit.
Okay.
The ones that we've been to, no, I haven't.
I mean, I don't have a problem with giving it to them. I just don't know that they're using it. It's
Let me
probably.
check into it. Let me check into it.
Okay, but for this purposes today, are we going with 5?
Yeah, just leave it 5,000,
Okay, special ops,
6,000.
okay. Dog, she did ask for an increase, an extra help line item up to 35, up 1,000, is that okay? Telephone, it's gonna be cutting it pretty close. Last year she was at 26, year before she was at 3.
Tell Well, so far this year, carrying 37. They're half a year, but.
So far, okay, even at now it's at 14, okay, so yeah, 25 should cover it. Okay, utilities, 6.
Yeah.
She spent 33, yeah, that should be good, okay. Travel, she was asking the same amount, 1,000. Equipment repair, she did increase that from 500 to 1,000, good with that?
Yeah.
Postage 50, professional services. It was previously lower amount, it was increased because of, I think, the pump or the hot water heater or whatever. But she went with the 7645,
Well pump went out or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so we did a budget revision and that's why it was a weird amount, 7645. Did you wanna leave it at that, or did you wanna take it to
Let's
5,000?
take it down to 3,000.
3,000?
Yeah.
Materials, she went from 25 to 35, are you good with that?
Yeah,
Auto fuel, she left that at 6.
yeah.
And uniforms, she upped that from 1,000 to 1,200.
Okay.
Has she done anything on the truck? I guess
She has not.
Okay.
I looked to see what the balance was in her account, in the dog fund, and. Did I tell you that? I don't know.
You might have, but I don't remember.
I think there's money in there, she had to, at least about the majority of it. Okay, resource officer, this is all gonna be reimbursed, but we just roughly. Kind of project what they might need, so travel, they left it at 4. Auto at 5, training at 2, professional services at 4, reimbursements. I think we should probably at least put, probably 6,000 there. because, that way it's budgeted. Cause we usually don't get the one last reimbursement until after I invoice. If whatever reimbursements I get by the time I invoice, I deduct the reimbursements and then I bill them. But then if we get a check after the fact, then we have to reimburse the board. Material and supplies, leave it at 1,000, auto at 1,000, uniforms at 3,000, so they left all those the same. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, board security. Okay, so did add another officer, so it went from 105 to 136. The hourly, that's like Nathan for transports. And there is some overtime, went from 3,000 to 4,000 for overtime, that's for court cases lingering over.
Is that right, do you know they haven't spent any though?
No, they've spent some. Not much, I'll tell you, I think Adam, last month, or last pay was like $13. It was a half an hour overtime, so I mean, it's not abused by any means, I can tell you that.
Oh, no, I didn't think it was, I was just
Yeah.
curious why you increased it $5,000, if it's, if they have used.
Well, I think because just with having the more officers and, and I think it's figured in with the hourly. For my purposes, sorry. Travel, he went from 750 to 1,000, because I think he did want the officers to have more training this year. Are you okay with going to 1,000?
Yeah.
Again, he wants to increase their training, so he went from 5,000 to 2,000.
Yep.
Left professional services at 4, materials at 1,000, auto at 100, and did uniforms because of the additional officers from 12 to 3. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, community contributions, it's been 50,000. You did increase it to 82 last year to help balance it. Did you want to do the 82 again?
Sorry, what's this
Community
contribution?
corrections.
It's a rate match.
Okay.
I've not done her budget with her, but there's no way, if you all increase that, they just won't get it, pay their bills. Cause their grant is not increased, I've not worked on revenues or anything with her, but
Did lose an employee,
yeah, that's true,
but even at that, she's gonna be tight.
yeah.
Everything's going up in cost.
Let's just leave it.
Yes, yeah, my gut is right.
Leave it.
But actually, sit down.
Plus, our employees are having to drive to Grant County more to cover that.
Yeah.
Okay, health department, so this is the rent issue, so do we need clarification on that, or are we good, or?
I just don't understand why we're renting a building we own.
Does anyone truly know the answer to that?
That's the way it's always been.
Hey,
It was explained to me years ago, even though we own the building, that we're renting the space for our, I guess, our extension agent, but we can have AJ to give an explanation if you.
So that was what Jason.
but I mean, if we have an office here too for the planner, if we.
No, it's not planner though, it's an extension.
Well,
service.
extension.
service.
Yeah.
want a planner here. And you really don't want it.
Because they
All
work
the
well together
FEMA
as well,
stuff
yeah.
and
Well,
stuff,
you
the
don't,
septic.
there's sometimes 3 people at the weekend, and we don't have parking. It works great where he said.
Yeah, but it's the extension agents that
Yeah.
rent is for.
And they have
I guess I can call
Four
AJ, I'll call
offices.
AJ myself.
Who?
the extension, is it 3 offices or 4?
3.
Three offices.
Gloria and, well, I don't think anybody replaced, what's her name, there's 3 out there.
But were there 3 offices or 4 offices and one was used for storage?
I think there's 4 built rooms. but
4 rooms,
3,
3 people.
Stacy's not out there now. Did anybody take her place?
They just,
Just finally got
said
one?
they just interviewed her.
I don't know. I don't think anybody's out there for
You
you.
just
Not
said
yet.
last week that there's some USDA funding that helps pay for that position.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know 6,000 isn't that much, but what we're gonna do, the salary increases for all.
Well, a lot of that it goes for the electric and stuff too. Some of that, I ain't saying a lot of it. Some of it. Doesn't that go for the electric that they use?
I don't know what
Use
AJ
this-
does.
I think-
Why don't you just reach out to AJ and then
Yeah.
next work session, if you don't feel like it's justified, we can talk about it.
We also do the health department contribution of 107,000, 107,900.
900.
1079. I don't know if I can say that.
And that's just a
Um,
contribution to help match grants and stuff,
And
or?
that has not changed. That has not changed, even during COVID, pre-COVID, during COVID, post-COVID. He's been running off of that same contribution from us, more or less, we added the two together. And he actually hasn't had asked for it.
Why do you have 113.9 there? Oh, is that the?
Oh, I see.
Oh, that's over in the old days.
That's true.
Oh, disregard, okay, disregard, I see it, it all makes sense now, never mind, okay, I was very confused.
Yeah, so in all, we get to the 113.9 is what we, like I said, during pre-COVID, post-COVID, during COVID. He hasn't asked for an increase in probably 20 years. But we can definitely get a better clarification if he knows what it's for. I tell you, when I first started, there was amounts that we cut and they made no sense, and it was just like, well, that was the way it was, like, well, why, like,
Yeah,
you know, we were doing salary reimbursement for somebody for. Was it $800 for every quarter? $832. That was just the figure that was carried over year after year after year.
keep plowing through, jeez.
I know, it's like parks. Of course, that's Cody's salary, and then telephone, professional services, that's for the mowing. Is that,
What,
No, I was trying to figure out what that was for.
Oh.
That makes sense now, like $30,000 for professional services, what are we doing?
so what, like, I mean, why are we contracting when we have maintenance guys?
You don't have enough to mow,
Yeah,
well, they're watching.
Yeah, so we used, when we had 2 parks maintenance people, they used to mow everything themselves.
yeah,
When we parted ways with the former director, rather than hiring a new employee, we contracted out the majority of the mowing of the round.
so that- I mean, it's less than a salary, so.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, of course, school board, I've not heard anything about the North End Parks, and we all.
I keep getting phone calls from citizens. So they're wanting to know that Billy Murphy's one of the guys. Yeah, they're all wondering what's gonna happen with these parks, so are we gonna maintain them, all that, do we need to increase?
Well, I was hoping we'd have that information for budget time, so that's, but if not,
Does anybody know when they're going up for auction?
no, they're not auctioning the parks, but
No, they're auctioning the buildings, so does anybody know when that's taking place?
it's
My
been
understanding they're going to auction.
bids for
Bids.
sure.
This first, and it, well, Troy's said now that the school's not gonna move over there, the aviation school, they're gonna auction that one off too.
All for
Probably forward. But things could have changed since the last time I talked to him.
it.
But yeah, so that's why we did that, is didn't have to hire someone else.
Are we gonna rebid that every year? Bowie?
When we did it, we said it would be a one-time
Okay.
bid. Now, we can do whatever, but the contract's just year over year.
Does he want to increase the contract bid or?
It says he can bring proposals to the commission, but he hasn't said anything.
Is that common practice to not have a rebid every year? Or
We don't-
let other people.
We don't bid any of our contract, like Global, we've used them for the last how many years, they're a contracted service.
I think about all the time I think.
Yeah, so most,
The state. The state networking is why we have them, they have the state networking.
but I mean, we can do whatever you all want,
Yeah.
but we've just.
Well, that's good. I just, thanks for answering the questions.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that.
And then it says 50,000 for parks contribution, that is actually hotel motel matched. So whatever if we put 100,000 under hotel motel revenue, then we split that contribution for parks and visitor bureau. So we would, if we have 100,000 in revenue, then we split 50-50. So whatever we increase or decrease. So that's what that 50,000 is. Now, the historical commission and Tucker community, we moved them from general county to a coal, so that's why you don't see anything under there. Visitor bureau, that 50,000 is the hotel motel match. The 9,000 for the rent, that was something you just did a couple years ago after COVID. Are they financially, why are we still paying rent for our visitors center?
Is that over there by the hospital field?
Now that, economic development's gonna buy all that might change.
They just signed a board resolution to buy it, so that's all should be done just about.
And
When,
they're going, my understanding, the plan was to tear that building down to rent and move them into the hospital anyway, so, or the old hospital.
So do we have to continue paying rent?
Well,
Okay,
I guess
so,
it's up to economic development.
yes, he is gonna continue to charge rent, he is.
It's up to you if you're gonna continue.
This,
paying it now.
well, yeah, okay, so he is gonna continue that lease with them. He has them planned as renters. That $9,000, when I proposed that, it was actually to help with the long-term solvability of the chamber. And then we just ended up giving all of the money to tourism, and it didn't even help the chamber at all. Because at that point, the chamber was trying to figure out how they could sustain long-term, and then we just gave all the money to tourism. So, yeah, I've not talked to her about that, but that's why we did that, because I asked to help with the chamber, and then they're like, oh, the doc said, no, you can't give it to the chamber, you have to give it to CBB, and then the chamber didn't get any help staying.
Why did Doc,
You know what? I just thought about something. Completely off the record. Or completely, yeah, stop that recording now.
right here.
While I'm thinking about it,
Why did Doc say it can only go to the?
I don't know.
Legal reason, I guess.
And in hindsight, I realized that's not really correct, because we give to private organizations all the time.
Okay.
But I think probably just, I don't know. I don't know that we need to continue doing that, or we could even split it in half. I have no idea how solvable that agency is, so. But
well,
they don't come and ask for it either,
Yeah.
which is,
yeah, I'm not, yeah, let's leave that there for right now, but,
oh, yeah, you're all the tourists.
yeah, let's leave that there for right now.
We can't even cut it any, or
Huh?
can't even cut it any?
Not right now, let's just hold up.
Library, it's been 55.3, and you guys actually gave them an extra 800 last year to bring them up to 56. They were asking
Do math.
50,
It was what?
700.
Oh, 700,
Yeah.
sorry, okay. 700 to 56, they are asking if you have any, additional, they would love to have any. You wanna give them any additional right now?
I'd say leave it like it is right now, so we'll see what everything is.
Why, let me ask, why doesn't Piedmont fall under this?
There's-
It's under their region, but they're not under the same,
Cause they're asking for money too, and I just,
right?
Yeah.
Piedmont, Kaiser, Burlington, and Fort Ashby are the Mineral Kaiser Library, and then Piedmont is separate. They're not under the same,
why couldn't they be, I guess, is
They-
what I'm.
I don't know.
I mean, it would help Piedmont out with it, or it would take away from the other libraries. To combine it all together, I don't know, but
It would put Piedmont under the same board as everybody else. I've always wondered the same thing, Jason, I don't have the answer in that one.
I don't know.
I don't know if there's more regulations or, I don't,
Probably have to ask that deep rating, but honestly, they kind of,
I don't know if they just choose not to be. I don't know how that works, truthfully.
well, and who knows, maybe they were under it at some point and they decided that the Piedmont Library didn't have enough traffic, or I don't know. I have no idea what the answer is.
I will call Paula and ask.
There was a time where I wondered, well, we have 3 libraries, like Burlington's kind of a strange place for a library.
It's used a lot.
Yeah,
I
that's where my
can
kids,
say it's used a lot.
That's where my kids go.
So does Fort Ashby.
Yeah.
Because,
well, I could see one in Kaiser and one in Fort Ashby, because they're both central to everybody, but
My kids go to the Burlington Library,
A lot
so
of
they
kids do.
absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Okay. They're also looking, somebody approved in which they had asked for money to build a new library.
They got CDS funds.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
The development story, it was sent, under poll two, we moved a couple under poll last year.
Just organize it, have it first.
We have to break.
Who owns the library?
We do, you guys, you guys.
I love your library.
They need help like getting to the next level of that building project. They don't have any plans, they don't have anything.
Well, they've had. Yeah, their plans have changed a lot.
Yeah.
So now we're getting into the 900s, which are our projects. Do you have anything for Homeland Security that you expect to get this year?
I doubt it.
Okay, so we probably could just change that to 5,000 then, huh?
Well, I've got a line on here. LAPC, Eileen and Rachel, wanted me to ask you all to give LAPC a one-time contribution. We ran into this year, they got $3,500 or $4,500 in grant funds. Which they get grant funds every year. The problem is they didn't have that amount of money to spend. So like ordered computers for the EOC out of the fund. Well, I had to do that out of general county, which I have to reimburse general county because LAPC didn't have the money. They would love to have a one-time contribution of $4,000 would do it. It would put them where every year they get their grant, they have their own funds to spend, and then they'll just replenish it through their grant reimbursements. The reason I'm saying that here is 'cause I don't know where that would fall, but they would need like $4,000. Because their grant this year is gonna be 5, but I think they have probably 2. Cause that's something they ran into this year. They had grant.
Where would that come
And then
out?
you said you had to find something to buy, so you bought computers for the center?
No, the grant was for like computers in the EOC was one of the things. But I had to buy the computers with my P card out of general county because LAPC doesn't have the money to cover $1,500 in computers. So then I've just got to reimburse general county when those funds come in. If we could give LAPC one-time transfer of $4,000, because it's the sheriff, it's a sheriff account too, just like all the others. But if we could give them a one-time transfer of $4,000 in the future, we wouldn't have to buy anything out of general county. It'd be much cleaner.
You mean $4,000 per year or just one time?
Just one time, because after that, they'll be reimbursed my grant money.
I could do that for June 30th, out of 401, 516, 600.
Well, that's something y'all want to do, however you want to do it, but that would be.
We can do that before the end of the year, would we?
Yeah. And you don't have to worry about budget.
But you put it on the next agenda.
Perfect. They'll love that. I'll love that, because I'm actually one who does the reimbursement, and it's been a mess. No, I don't have anything I expect out of this year.
Okay, so we could drop that down to 5,000, just,
The 15,
yeah. State grant equipment, courthouse security grant. With grant capital outlays.
We got 12,000. I can't remember if that runs on fiscal year though. I think it might be this fiscal year.
Is that courthouse security?
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and put the 12,000 under that.
Yeah.
That's 974, 459, 001, or 01.
you can put 12,000 there.
Put 12,000 there.
Right across from the 47.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Then under 980. I think he asked for more under that. Maybe not. So that was, he was figuring the vehicle lease payment, pay off the vehicle
And he
and
planned on putting extra in there, so whenever like cameras or whatever needs to come up,
Cameras.
yes, we'd have a little bit
Yes.
instead of taking all of it.
yes.
Yes.
So that's why he was asking for 240 it was last year, as you can tell, was previously budgeted like 115. Last year's was, we added the extra 282 to buy the cruisers outright instead of lease them. So that's why it was 432 here, because that was a budget revision. So that would be, you're okay with 2024? 240,000. Woo, glad we're getting closer to the end here, guys. Okay, we just usually budget these amounts in here just to have money. Again, this is commission control stuff. Should something pop up, we have 5,000 under data processing equipment, the 40,000 under election, that's our loan payment on the equipment. I think we got 3 more years on that. Courthouse equipment, we usually just leave money in there. And then anything else, more or less to say to balance. Oh, emergency services equipment, do you have anything under that you might need, Lou, that you could think of?
I mean, I guess I'd like to buy some rain gauges this year, but I haven't got official pricing on those.
Roughly, do you know?
I wanna say they said they were $4,000 a piece. There are 2 creeks I really like to have.
You wanna change that to what, 10? You guys okay with that?
What's the other building? Why is it?
Zeros?
Yeah.
That's, well, if we had any overflow, that's gonna go in that, that's what we're gonna use to balance.
Okay.
That's kind of where we put the money. We've been putting it in other buildings. Because you could put it under contingency and then you have to move it out of contingency to spend it, or you can put it, but. This is because of the project.
Okay.
Any money that we had left over, we were putting in other buildings for the project, for other expenses that we might have.
So where would we do? Just a total capital outlay for some of the remodel work and like the capital improvement plan?
I would do that under courthouse equipment, 987,
Which is where that 100,000.
right above, yeah, right above.
I guess it can speak. But. I mean, if we put 100 in there again, we could use that to do. Actually, that. Not saying I'd spend a full 100, but I could put budget numbers together for each project.
You got 100.
No, yeah, we kept that there, but if you guys, we could put budget numbers together, that would get Krista's kitchen, that would do the prosecutor's carpet for sure. And probably, and magistrate's right.
What's the jury box on the other side?
The jury box has to be torn down, completely rebuilt, and new carpet will have to be put down.
You'd be pushing it.
Well, the plan was to apply for the courthouse facilities money, that's
That's
all,
what you did
this
say
fiscal year, yeah.
Okay,
So-
without these adjustments, we were already over $400,000. Since then, we did improve the step and these other changes. I don't think we just lost 100,000. So, we will have to revisit this. I'll plug all these figures in and.
We did add 110 in revenue though.
So 300,000.
So
And look, this-
we're over budget by 300,000 now.
Maybe, I'll probably closer to 2.
Okay.
Well, really, like this capital outlays, that could very easily be 50, and it would still do the majority of the things we're looking for. So, that's not bad.
When we're going to need again to finalize
You know,
this.
that's what you guys have to tell me what you have available. We didn't even go over coal, but at this point, you just have to leave the contributions that they are.
We're available all day on the second Tuesday of next week. On that,
Second Tuesday of next week.
yeah, second Tuesday of next week. The second Tuesday, not the first Tuesday next week, the second Tuesday next
Well, we don't have tomorrow. Tomorrow we got employee training.
Oh, no, just it can't be Friday.
Thursday's a disaster for me.
What, this Thursday? Yes, it can't be Friday.
Not Friday.
I'd say, wait,
What's tomorrow?
how about St. Patrick's Day?
Monday?
I can be available that day.
I'm good all next week except Thursday.
I can't go next Thursday either.
But so you got first part of the week. What you got?
Why can't we do tomorrow, everybody?
We can't do it. You wanna set it up, it'll be.
Oh, I didn't hear you say, I'm sorry. I didn't know if all of you were coming to the employee training at one.
I'll be in the afternoon. I can't make it in the morning.
Thursday I'm tied up. And he can't do Friday, so we were looking at Monday.
I'll eat it like a.
We're looking at the 17th.
I just have a, one thing at 12:30, so it'll be 20 minutes. Want to break for lunch or something?
We won't be all day, maybe 7 hours.
I have a doctor's appointment that morning.
So yeah.
So afternoon,
Uh,
afternoon,
You okay with afternoon, Monday
Yeah.
afternoon?
Yeah, Monday, I should be good Monday as that stands right now.
what time's good for you?
1:30 be best for me.
1:30 or 2?
1:30.
1:30?
1:30 on Monday.
I won't be here, but you guys don't. Don't have my budget without me.
If you think of anything
Now
we
we know
didn't
where to cut
discuss
budget.
today,
Yeah.
if you think of anything else that we've discussed in the future that we didn't discuss today, please let me know before then. Tara has some grant papers that she needs to have signed. If I go ahead and put them on that agenda for Monday, so we can get those approved.
And also, I was asked the other day, Sarah's house wanted to come down and present something. I'll call, huh?
We don't have anything to give.
Well,
Well, they should have come today.
well, I told them and some things was coming. I don't think people realize how much interviews they have with here. It's a mess. And somehow their grant got cut from the, I don't know if it's state or federal grant where they hired their counselor through. And they're going to go to the 5 counties in Region 8, but that's who they serve. And try to get a little bit of money.
That's, I usually sign stuff. That's the courthouse facility use agreement.
All these rings, they're all. Date's what's the date, 12th?
Oh, did you guys want to ask?
What's the date of it? 12th?
Yes.
11.
11.
Today's the
11.
11th.
You guys want me to get Sally about the 911 retirement thing?
But she said she didn't know.
No, she was emailing Kara, but she probably hasn't answered now. That was several hours ago. Everybody was flying in there, except for, look for one, says Lauren, but the rest are you.
And did I give you that just getting
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it's already been sent to one.
okay.
So. Well, this budget here doesn't reflect, not even reflecting the increase of wages. So we're gonna have to come down way lower than 300,000.
And that other billings line is where we have, where we would have excess, and we don't even have excess.
Everybody. Good morning.
See how much they want, see what they want to do with it. If you can read it, difficult to read,
Oh, new cruise, very.
yeah.
Yeah, we can provide services.
And. Yeah, so that's our goal. Our mission statement or whatever.
Oh, okay, yeah, there you go. Thank you. What? 65, yeah. Public education and carnival. And Narcan giveaway, which you can get free.
Yeah.
100%. Total percentage requested funding program services not administered.
And Dutch, that check is ready for the truck or the van.
Okay. Check is ready for the truck. Check truck ready.
Check.
There, there's a good description of what you wanna do. Right, you know, all that stuff free.
Yeah, but they put those Narcan cabinets out, that's gonna end up, people are gonna take it anyway.
Yeah,
That's almost what happened in New York City.
yeah.
So we've finished regular business. We're gonna have a work session Monday, March 17th at
1:30.
1:30. And are we adjourning yet? Are we done?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I will second that motion. Approve on.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop the recording.
Oh, yeah.
I have a computer pay and I'm in a hurry, so I